Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still don't know if I should be writing about this. My hands are shaking even now, but I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It started when I was 15. We lived in this older building in northern Denmark, built in 1958, nothing special, just a normal apartment building with 3 floors. Mom, my sister, who's 7 years older than me, and I had moved there after my parents divorced. It wasn't a creepy place or anything. In fact, I liked it at first. This particular night, Mom was working late, so it was just me and my sister at home. I couldn't sleep in my own room for some reason. Just had a weird feeling, so I decided to crash in Mom's bed instead. My sister was playing games on her computer in her room, so I felt safe enough. I was drifting off to sleep when I heard it. The distinct sound of a glass being placed on our marble table in the living room. It wasn't like a glass being set down roughly. It was careful, deliberate, the kind of sound someone makes when they're trying to be quiet. I froze. Then came another sound, the toilet door clicking shut and locking from the inside. My first thought was that Mum had come home early, but something felt off. Why wouldn't she call out to let us know she was back? I grabbed my phone and texted her. "Did you just come home?" Her reply came almost immediately. "No, still at work. Everything okay?" My heart started racing. I called out to my sister, but her room was on the other side of the apartment, and she had headphones on. I was too terrified to get out of bed, so I just lay there, completely still, barely breathing. Then I heard something that still gives me chills when I think about it. The unmistakable sound of children's feet running through the corridor outside Mom's bedroom. Fast, light footsteps, running, stopping, then running again. Here's the thing, we lived on the 2nd floor, and the staircase to our apartment was old and incredibly squeaky. There was absolutely no way anyone could come up those stairs without us hearing it, but nobody had come up. I would have heard it. I finally worked up the courage to text my sister. She came into Mom's room looking annoyed at being interrupted from her game until she saw my face. She checked the whole apartment, but of course found nothing. The bathroom door was unlocked, no glass on the table, nothing out of place. I wrote it off as my imagination, or tried to anyway, but it was just the beginning. Fast forward a few years, I was 17 and had started dating this guy, my first serious boyfriend. That's when things got worse. Way worse. It's like whatever was in our house didn't like him being there. Every time he visited, something would happen. Lights would flicker. We'd hear knocking from inside the walls. My computer would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. One night, he was in the bathroom and I was waiting for him in my bedroom. I was just sitting on my bed, scrolling through my phone, when I felt something sharp scratch the back of my hand. It felt like a nail or claw being dragged across my skin. I yelped and looked down, expecting to see a cut, but there was nothing there. No mark, no pain anymore, nothing. I was confused, but figured maybe I'd just caught my hand on something without realizing. Later that night, my boyfriend and I were watching a movie when he suddenly froze, staring at my back. "What happened to you?" he asked, looking genuinely concerned. "What do you mean?" I had no idea what he was talking about. "Your back. There's a huge scratch on it." He took a picture to show me. Running from my right shoulder blade down to my mid-back was a long, angry red scratch, at least 20 centimeters long. It hadn't been there earlier when I'd changed clothes. And the weirdest part, I hadn't felt a thing, hadn't bumped into anything, hadn't scratched myself. It had literally appeared out of nowhere. My boyfriend was freaked out, but I played it off. I didn't want him to think our house was haunted or that I was making things up. but inside I was terrified. The worst night came about a month later. Mom and my sister were visiting relatives, and my boyfriend couldn't come over. I was alone in the house for the first time in weeks. I'd been sleeping in Mom's room again, because the feeling in my own room had gotten so bad I could barely enter it without feeling sick to my stomach. But that night, I decided I needed to face my fears. I was almost 18, for God's sake. I couldn't keep being afraid of my own bedroom. Big mistake. I managed to fall asleep around midnight, exhausted from studying. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, but it was still dark outside. I woke to the sound of someone pounding on my bedroom door. Not knocking, pounding. Like someone was using their fists, hitting the door with all their strength. Bang, bang, bang! The whole door was shaking in its frame. It sounded like a large man, someone strong. The kind of banging that says, "I'm coming in whether you want me to or not." I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. I just lay there, my entire body ice cold with fear, staring at the door, waiting for it to burst open. The banging stopped as suddenly as it had started. Then came the sound of heavy breathing on the other side of the door, deep, angry breathing. Like someone who'd been running or was extremely angry. I don't know how, but I managed to grab my phone. The screen light showed I was alone in the room, but that breathing, it was so real, so there. I must have found some courage from somewhere, because I suddenly launched myself out of bed, yanked the door open, half expecting to be confronted by someone, and ran downstairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I spent the rest of the night curled up on the sofa with all the lights on, calling my mom every half hour until she finally came home early the next morning. After that night, the nightmares started, always the same theme. I'd be sleeping and wake up to something attacking me. Sometimes it was rats, sometimes birds, sometimes insects. Small things, but lots of them, all over me, biting and scratching. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, with this horrible pain shooting from my toes up my spine, like electric shocks. The dreams were so vivid that I'd be checking my body for bites and scratches after waking up. Never found any, but the pain was so real that I'd be limping for hours afterward. One day, I finally broke down and told Mom everything. Instead of dismissing me like I expected, she got really quiet. Then she told me something she'd never shared before. Before we moved to this apartment, we'd lived in another building across town. In that apartment building, a postman had committed suicide by hanging himself. The worst part? It happened in what became my sister's bedroom. Mom told me that when my sister was little, around 4 or 5 years old, she used to regularly wake up in the middle of the night talking about the man who visits. She'd describe a tall man with a mailbag who would stand at the foot of her bed and watch her sleep. Mom and Dad thought it was just a child's imagination until they learned about the postman. That's why we moved. But Mom believes that sometimes these entities can attach themselves to people, not just places. She thinks whatever was in that old apartment might have followed us. After I insisted, Mom had our current house cleansed. Twice. We had this old woman come in who burned herbs and said prayers in every room. Things would get better for a while, but it never lasted. The scratching incident wasn't the last. My boyfriend and I broke up eventually, unrelated reasons. But the activity never stopped. I'd hear voices whispering my name when I was alone. My computer would turn on by itself and open random programs. Once, the word "leave" appeared in a document I was typing for school, right in front of my eyes, one letter at a time, like someone was typing it while I watched. My sister saw it too sometimes. She'd catch glimpses of a dark figure moving from one room to another. Mom would find objects moved from where she'd left them. Things would go missing, then reappear days later in obvious places we'd already checked multiple times. I'm 19 now and finally moved out last month to attend university in another city. I thought maybe whatever it was would stay behind in that house. But last night, I woke up to the sound of glass being placed on my desk. I don't have a marble table anymore, but the sound was unmistakable, the same careful, deliberate placement I'd heard 4 years ago. I haven't told my roommate. What would I even say? By the way, I think a ghost followed me from my mom's house. She'd think I was crazy, but I know what I heard, and I know what I've experienced. It's not my imagination. It's not stress. It's something real, something that seems to have attached itself to me or my family. I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried ignoring it. I've tried confronting it. I've tried having the place cleansed. Nothing works. It's like it's determined to let us know it's there, watching, always. The worst part is not knowing what it wants. Is it the postman from our old apartment? Is it something from this building's history we don't know about? Is it something else entirely? All I know is that I'm scared to close my eyes at night, scared to be alone, scared of the scratches and the banging and the whispers, because whatever this thing is, it seems to be getting stronger, and I don't know how to make it stop. Last night I felt something brush against my leg as I was falling asleep, just light enough to feel real, just strange enough to make me bolt upright and turn on all the lights. I searched the entire room but found nothing. But when I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I saw it in the mirror, another scratch, this time across my shoulder, fresh, red, undeniable. It's still here with me, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. Story 2. Kushka, I still feel sick when I think about that place. It's been 2 years since I left my job at the Tri-State Forest Service office, but I swear sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm back there, like something followed me home. I never believed in ghosts before I worked in that old farmhouse. I was hired as an archivist to digitize their historical records, land surveys dating back to the 1800s, forest management plans, all that stuff. The building itself was this massive 250-year-old farmhouse the state had converted into offices in the 70s. Beautiful in a creepy way, hand-forged nails in the doorframes, wide pine slats that creaked with every step, and this basement, God, the basement. It was partially dug earth with stone walls and had this weird little room they called the dark room. I avoided going down there from day one. My name's Maya, by the way. I've never shared this whole story online before, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone will recognize something similar to what they've experienced. From literally my first day, something felt off. I kept feeling like someone was standing behind me while I worked. I'd be scanning documents and get this intense sensation that if I turned around, someone would be there staring at me. But of course, when I did look, the doorway was empty. At first, I wrote it off as nerves from the new job. But then weird things started happening that I couldn't explain away. File cabinets I know I closed would be wide open in the morning. I'd hear footsteps coming down the hall when I was alone in the building. Out of the corner of my eye, I'd see dark shapes moving through doorways. The secretary, Elaine, had worked there for like 15 years and she was totally unfazed by any of it. My second week there, I arrived early and caught her talking to an empty room. She noticed me standing there looking freaked out and just shrugged. "I'm just saying good morning to the inhabitants," she said, completely serious. "It helps to set boundaries. This is their home too." I thought she was joking at first, but no. Everyone who'd been there a while had some version of this weird acceptance. It was like an unspoken office policy. Acknowledge whatever shared the space with us, but don't make a big deal about it. About a month in, I had my first unmistakable experience. I was alone in my office, which was on the second floor in what used to be one of the bedrooms. I dropped my chapstick and it rolled under my desk. When I bent down to grab it, I saw 2 dark figures, like shadows but more solid, rush past my doorway. There was no sound, just this movement. Too fast to be people walking, and the shapes were wrong somehow, too tall, too fluid. I froze under that desk for probably 2 full minutes before I got the courage to get up and check the hallway. Empty, of course, but the air felt different, colder and heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. I told Elaine about it and she just nodded like I'd told her it was supposed to rain today. That hallway used to be where they'd bring guests to their rooms, she said. Lots of people see them there. Another time, it was just Elaine and me in the building during lunch. We were both downstairs in the kitchen area, formerly the old servants' quarters, and suddenly we heard these loud, deliberate footsteps crossing the floor above us. Not the normal creaking of an old house settling. These were distinctive bootsteps, someone big walking with purpose. Elaine called out, thinking maybe our boss had come back early from a meeting. When no one answered, we both went upstairs to check. Nothing. No doors had opened, no cars in the parking lot. But the footsteps had been so clear, so undeniable. The cleaning service could never keep employees. They'd send someone new almost every month because people would quit after working nights there. One guy actually left a note in our office journal. He wrote that while he was vacuuming upstairs, he distinctly heard someone call his name. He thought it was one of us working late, but when he went to check, the building was empty. Then he heard knocking on the wall next to him. He described how he knocked back in a specific pattern, 3 short taps followed by 2 long ones, and whatever was there immediately knocked back the exact same pattern. He quit that night. My boss, Dr. Westfield, had been there longest, almost 20 years. She rarely talked about the strange occurrences, but one rainy Friday when it was just the 3 of us, she opened up after we heard a crash from upstairs that no one could explain. "You know," she said, sipping her coffee, "I've seen him a few times." "Him?" I asked. "The man in the grey coat." She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was talking about the mailman. "I was working late about 10 years ago, and I looked up from my desk to see a man standing in my doorway. Tall, maybe 7 feet, completely dark like a shadow, but with definition, like he was wearing an old-fashioned coat. He just stood there watching me, then turned and walked away." Elaine nodded like this was old news to her. "But that's not even the strangest thing I've seen," Dr. Westfield continued. "One night I was alone, organizing files in the archive room. Suddenly I don't know how to describe it, like a blue orb, about the size of a soccer ball, came floating through the wall. It had this electrical energy crackling around it. It moved like it had purpose, went right past me and crashed into the filing cabinets so hard they actually moved. Then it just disappeared." I felt sick listening to her, because by this point I'd started experiencing things daily. Little things mostly. Cold spots that would move around, my computer turning on by itself in the morning, the sensation of being followed up the stairs. But the worst was what Dr. Westfield described next. "Last winter," she said quietly, "I was here during that big snowstorm. I'd stayed overnight because the roads were too dangerous. I was in the front parlor, what we use as the conference room now, and I looked up to see a man standing by the fireplace. Not a shadow this time. He was translucent but detailed. He had clothes from the 1800s, I'd guess, a waistcoat, high collar. He turned and looked right at me, and he seemed just as surprised to see me as I was to see him. We just stared at each other for maybe 5 seconds, and then he faded away." After that conversation, I couldn't stop thinking about what might be haunting this place. I started researching the property's history during my lunch breaks. I learned the house had been built in 1771 by a wealthy timber merchant. His family had owned it for generations until the 1950s, when the last heir died without children. The state bought it and eventually converted it to offices. That's when I decided to start recording. I set up my phone to record audio overnight, hiding it in my desk drawer before leaving. I was half expecting to capture nothing but the normal creaks of an old building. The first night's recording had about 6 hours of silence, and then, around 3:15 a.m., the distinct sound of someone playing classical piano. It went on for about 4 minutes, not just random notes, but an actual piece of music. The problem, there was no piano in the building. There hadn't been for decades. The second night, I left the recorder in a different room, what used to be part of the servants' quarters. This recording still haunts me. Around 2 a.m. there was a man's voice, too distant to make out words, but clearly angry. Then children crying, multiple children. The crying went on for almost 10 minutes before abruptly stopping. I didn't tell anyone about the recordings at first. I was afraid they'd think I was making it up or manipulating the audio somehow. Instead, I dug deeper into researching the house's history. I went to the county records hall and spent a Saturday going through old newspapers and property documents. That's where I found the obituary for Edmund Blackwell, who died in the house in 1878. He was described as a distinguished pianist who often entertained guests with evening recitals. The piece mentioned he died in the family room, exactly where my first recording had captured piano music. I found something else too, a small article from 1902 about a fire in the servants' quarters of the property. 2 children of house staff died. The paper didn't give details, but mentioned the family was in litigation with former employees over conditions leading to the unfortunate event. When I brought this information back to Elaine, she wasn't surprised. She told me there was an elderly woman in town, Margaret Wilkins, who was related to the last family who lived there. I tracked down Margaret's number and called her, explaining I worked at the old Blackwell house and was researching its history. She invited me over that weekend. She was in her late 80s, but sharp as a tack. When I mentioned the piano music, she smiled sadly. "That would be my great-uncle Edmund," she said. "He played beautifully. The family room had wonderful acoustics. They'd host musicals there every season." I showed her the recording on my phone. Her hand shook as she handed it back to me. "That's the Chopin nocturne he was known for playing," she whispered. I never heard it myself, of course, but my grandmother described it exactly as it sounds there. I didn't have the heart to play her the recording of the children crying. As the months went on, the activity in the house seemed to intensify. The feeling of being watched became almost unbearable. I'd be working and suddenly feel breath on the back of my neck. One afternoon, I was alone in the copy room when every single cabinet door flew open simultaneously with such force that some of the hinges broke. The worst day was about 6 months before I left. I was working late, trying to finish digitizing a collection of survey maps. Everyone else had gone home hours before. I kept hearing someone walking up and down the hallway outside my office. Heavy footsteps, stopping right outside my door, then moving away again. After about the 5th time, I got up to check, thinking maybe the security guard was doing rounds. The hallway was empty, but as I stood there, I watched as the door at the end of the hall, the one leading to the old master bedroom, slowly opened by itself. Not like it was caught by a draft, but deliberately, like someone was pulling it open while trying to be quiet. I ran. I grabbed my purse and keys and just ran down the stairs and out to my car. I didn't even lock up. I called Dr. Westfield from my car, hands shaking so bad I could barely dial. The next day, she took me seriously but suggested I try not to work alone after dark anymore. It wasn't much help since our small staff often required solo work, but I started leaving religiously at 5 p.m., no matter what I was in the middle of. Things got more intense after that night. Objects would move while I was looking right at them. My desk chair would spin when I got up. Twice I found all my carefully organized files completely rearranged overnight. But it wasn't just poltergeist activity. It felt targeted, personal, like whatever was there resented my presence specifically. The end came suddenly. State budget cuts meant our department was being consolidated with the main forestry office in the city. The old farmhouse office was being closed, all records moved to the central location. Part of me was relieved, but I also felt guilty, like I was abandoning the place and whatever was trapped there. On my last day, I was packing the final boxes when I heard the piano music, not on a recording this time, but actually playing somewhere in the building. Faint, but unmistakable. The same Chopin nocturne from my recording. I followed the sound to the old family room, where it immediately stopped. Standing there in that empty room, I suddenly felt overcome with this profound sadness that wasn't my own. It was like someone else's grief was pouring into me. I started crying uncontrollably. Through my tears, I saw a mist forming in the corner of the room, not taking any shape, just gathering there, swirling slightly. "I'm sorry," I found myself saying. "They're closing this place. No one will be here anymore." The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. The mist seemed to pulse, growing more dense. Then from everywhere and nowhere, I heard a voice, not with my ears, but somehow inside my head. "We remain." Just those 2 words, clear as day. I dropped the box I was holding and ran out, leaving everything behind. The farmhouse office has been abandoned now for 2 years. The state can't sell it because of its historical status, but they don't want to pay to maintain it either. It just sits there, empty. Sometimes I drive by it on my way to visit friends in that area. Every time I see lights on in different windows, even though the electricity was shut off. Once, I swear I saw someone standing in the upstairs window, a tall figure in dark clothes, watching me drive past. I don't slow down anymore. I don't look too long, and I never ever stop. Story 3. I don't talk about this much. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake a bit. It happened in 1999 when I was 16, living with my parents and little sister in our house in Birmingham. I've tried to rationalize it over the years, but I can't explain what happened that summer. Maybe writing it down will help me process it. I was working weekend shifts at McDonald's back then, typical teenage job, flipping burgers and working the till. Not glamorous, but it gave me pocket money. I had this routine on work mornings, wake up around 7 a.m., roll over and switch on my radio to Midland Radio 103 for some music while I got ready. I was particular about my radio. It was this silver Sony thing I'd saved up for, and I always kept it precisely tuned to my favorite station. That Sunday in July started normally enough. My parents told me over breakfast they were taking my sister Emma shopping at the Bull Ring for school clothes and to visit my aunt afterward. Emma was 11 then, always getting into my stuff and pushing my buttons like little sisters do. I headed off to my shift around 10 a.m., leaving them getting ready to go out. My shift was the usual, busy lunch crowd, greasy fries, screaming kids. I finished around 5 p.m. and walked home, expecting the house to be empty since my family usually spent the whole day out when they visited my aunt. The house felt normal when I got in, quiet, a bit stuffy from being closed up all day. I grabbed some leftover pizza from the fridge and headed upstairs to my room. That's when I noticed something was off. My radio, the one I'd left perfectly tuned to 103 FM, was now tuned all the way to the right end of the dial at 108 FM, just static. I remember standing there, pizza in hand, staring at it. I immediately thought Emma had been messing with my stuff again. She was always coming into my room when I wasn't there, playing with my things. I was annoyed but not really concerned. I reset the radio and flopped on my bed to eat. My family got home around 7 p.m. I heard the front door and went downstairs, ready to have a go at Emma about touching my radio. But when I mentioned it, she looked genuinely confused and insisted she hadn't been in my room. My parents backed her up, saying they'd just gotten back from shopping and my aunt's place. They'd been gone all day, same as me. "We've literally just pulled up, James," my mum said. "We haven't even been in the house yet." That's when the first chill ran through me. If they hadn't been home all day, and I hadn't been home either, who moved my radio dial? I tried to brush it off. Maybe I'd bumped it that morning and hadn't noticed. Maybe the tuning was loose. I didn't want to freak myself out over something so small. But then things started happening that I couldn't ignore. About a week later, I was doing homework at my desk when I caught something in my peripheral vision. A dark shadow moving quickly across the corner of my room. It was so fast I almost thought I'd imagined it, but it left me feeling uneasy. I got up and checked the window, thinking maybe it was a reflection from a car passing outside, but there was nothing there that could explain it. These shadow movements started happening more frequently. They were always in the same corner of my room, always just out of direct sight, and always quick, like someone darting past, but smoky and dark. I turned to look directly at the spot, and there'd be nothing there, but I could feel something. A heaviness in the air. Like the feeling you get when someone is standing behind you, even though you know you're alone. The worst part was bedtime. I started experiencing this weird vibrating sensation when I'd try to fall asleep. It's hard to describe, not like my bed was shaking, but more like the air around me was vibrating at a frequency I could feel but not hear. It would start as soon as I turned off my light and laid down. My heart would race, and no matter how tired I was, I couldn't drift off. The vibrations would intensify if I closed my eyes, like whatever was causing them knew I was trying to sleep and was determined to keep me awake. After a few weeks of this, I was exhausted. I'd manage maybe 3 to 4 hours of broken sleep a night. My grades started slipping, and I was snapping at everyone. My parents thought I was just being a moody teenager, but I was actually terrified of my own bedroom. I started leaving my desk lamp on all night, which helped a little with the shadows, but the vibrations continued. I didn't tell anyone what was happening. What would I even say? I think my room is haunted. They'd think I was mental or making it up for attention. Then came the night that changed everything. It was around 2 a.m., and I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling as usual, feeling that familiar vibration in the air around me. My desk lamp was on, casting a dim glow across the room. I remember the house was completely quiet, that deep, middle-of-the-night silence where even the pipes stopped making noise. I turned onto my left side, facing the wall, trying to find a comfortable position, when I felt the vibrations suddenly stop. The air went still and cold, so cold I could see my breath fogging in front of me. I had this overwhelming feeling that I needed to roll back over, that there was something, someone behind me. Every instinct screamed not to look, but I couldn't help myself. I slowly turned back toward my bedroom door, and that's when I saw her. Standing beside my bed was what I can only describe as a faint green hologram of a woman. She wasn't solid. I could see the outline of my bedroom door through her. But she was clearly visible. Tall and thin, with long bony fingers that seemed disproportionate to her body. Her hair hung down past her shoulders, and her face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that were fixed directly on me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. It felt like my heart might explode from how hard it was pounding. The figure didn't move toward me or reach out, but those long fingers twitched slightly, like she was thinking about it. The worst part was her expression. Not angry or threatening, but intensely sad, like she was in pain. I don't know how long we stared at each other, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Finally, I managed to pull my blanket over my head, squeezing my eyes shut and whispering every prayer I could remember from Sunday school years earlier. I stayed like that, shaking under my covers, until morning light filtered through my window. When I finally gathered the courage to peek out, she was gone. The room felt different, lighter somehow, like air after a thunderstorm. The strangest part. After that night, everything stopped. The shadows disappeared. The vibrations ceased. My radio stayed on the station where I left it. I started sleeping normally again. It was as if whatever had been haunting me had shown itself that one time and then moved on. I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Stress, sleep deprivation, an overactive imagination. I never told my family what I'd seen. Life went back to normal, and I eventually left for university, putting the whole experience behind me. until 5 years later when I was home for Christmas. We were sitting around after dinner when my dad mentioned they were thinking of redecorating my old room now that I wasn't living there anymore. The conversation turned to the history of our house, and my dad casually mentioned, "Did you know the family who lived here before us? The Slaters, I think their name was." I felt a chill run through me. No, what about them? The estate agent mentioned the wife had passed away not long before they sold the house. Cancer, I think. Shame, really. Apparently she'd raised her kids in this house, couldn't bear to leave even when she got sick. I asked what she looked like, trying to keep my voice steady. My dad shrugged. No idea, never met them. But my mum piped up, "I saw a photo once, when I was talking to Mrs. Cooper next door. Tall woman, quite thin. Dark hair, I think." I must have gone pale because my mum asked if I was feeling all right. I mumbled something about being tired and changed the subject. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. I went downstairs for some water and found my mum still up, reading in the living room. Something made me ask, "Mum, did you ever experience anything strange in this house?" She looked at me for a long moment, then put her book down. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." She hesitated, then said quietly, "There have been a few things over the years, nothing I could ever properly explain." She told me about the time an ashtray flew off a shelf when no one was near it, about the thermostat cover that suddenly projected itself toward her one day when she was alone, about the whispers she sometimes heard calling her name when she was home by herself. "I never said anything because I didn't want to frighten you kids," she admitted, "and it was never threatening, just unsettling." I finally told her about what happened that summer. The shadows, the vibrations, the green figure by my bed. She listened without interrupting, then nodded slowly when I finished. "That sounds like her," she said simply. "Mrs. Slater." We sat in silence for a while. Finally, I asked, "Do you think she's still here?" My mum sighed. "Sometimes I think so. The electrics in your old room still play up occasionally. Your dad thinks it's faulty wiring, but I'm not so sure. And there's still those noises from the attic that we can never explain." I slept on the sofa that night. I couldn't face going back to my old room, knowing what I knew. I've moved on with my life since then. I've got my own place now, a job, a girlfriend. But I still think about that green figure sometimes, standing by my bed with those impossibly long fingers. I wonder what she wanted, why she showed herself to me that night. Was she trying to tell me something, warning me, or just making her presence known? I'll never understand why the paranormal activity increased during that specific period and then stopped after I saw her. Maybe acknowledging her presence somehow set her free, or maybe she's still there, waiting for the right moment to appear to someone else. All I know is that when I visit my parents, I don't stay overnight anymore, and I always keep a light on when I sleep, even now, all these years later. Story 4. I've been debating whether to share this for years. I'm not looking for explanations or trying to convince anyone. I just need to get this off my chest because it still haunts me, even though I moved out of that place long ago. I grew up in a 50-year-old apartment building in Santiago. It was a normal middle-class building, nothing fancy but decent enough. My parents bought it when I was just a baby, and we lived on the 5th floor. The building itself wasn't particularly creepy, at least not during the day. It had these wide hallways with cream-colored walls, marble floors that always seemed cold no matter the season, and these automatic lights that would turn on when they detected movement. The first incident I can remember happened when I was around 5. It was Christmas Day, and my family was having lunch in our apartment. Nothing unusual, just a typical family gathering with that festive atmosphere. I remember wearing this itchy red dress my mum had bought specifically for the occasion. While we were eating, we heard this commotion from the apartment across the hall. There were raised voices, then crying. My parents exchanged worried glances but continued with lunch. Later we heard sirens. My dad went to check what was happening, and when he came back, his face had gone pale. He whispered something to my mom, who gasped and covered her mouth. I found out later that a young man visiting our neighbors had locked himself in their guest bedroom and jumped from the window. He had been struggling with depression, apparently, and something triggered him that day. I remember seeing the ambulance lights reflecting on our living room walls, casting these eerie blue shadows. After that incident, things changed in our building, not immediately but gradually, like something had opened up and couldn't be closed again. A few months after the suicide, I was alone in our living room watching cartoons. My parents were in the kitchen preparing dinner. The TV volume was low because my dad hated noise while cooking. I was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, probably about 3 meters from the screen. Then I heard it. A woman's voice, soft but distinct, calling my name, Valentina. I thought it was my mom, so I said, "What?" No response. "Mom," I called out louder. My mom poked her head out from the kitchen. "Did you call me, honey?" I felt this cold sensation in my stomach. "Did you just call my name?" She shook her head and went back to cooking. I turned back to the TV, trying to focus on the cartoon characters. That's when I heard it again. Not my name this time, but humming. A woman humming a melody I didn't recognize. It wasn't coming from the TV. I checked by hitting mute. The humming continued for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I ran to the kitchen and refused to leave my parents' side for the rest of the evening. When I told them what happened, they said it was probably just the neighbors or the TV. But I knew what I heard. For years after that, I experienced small, unexplainable things. Sometimes my toys would be in different places than where I left them. Other times, I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching me. But I brushed it off, thinking it was just my imagination. It wasn't until I was around 15 that I realized these experiences weren't unique to me. Our building had developed a reputation. The security guards started reporting strange things. They'd see a white figure emerging from the parking lot at night. One guard, Manuel, who'd worked there for 20 years, told my dad he'd seen it multiple times. He described it as a misty white shape that sometimes stood in front of pedestrians or followed them for a bit before disappearing. The creepiest part, some of this was actually captured on the old security cameras before they were upgraded. I never saw the footage myself, but several residents claimed they had. The building management eventually replaced the entire camera system, claiming it was malfunctioning, but we all knew better. The guards also reported hearing screaming and whistling on windless nights. Not from any particular apartment, but like it was traveling through the air. Manuel said it was always between 3 and 4 a.m. when the building was quietest. Other residents shared their experiences too. Mrs. Torres from the 2nd floor said she heard someone calling her name when she was alone in her apartment. Mr. Fernandez from the 7th floor said he was followed up the stairs by footsteps, even though no one was behind him. And almost everyone who had been to the basement storage areas reported seeing a dark figure standing in the corner, only to disappear when they looked directly at it. But my most terrifying experiences happened when I was 17. I was home alone one afternoon, studying for exams. My parents both worked late on Tuesdays, so I had the apartment to myself. I was at my desk in my bedroom when I heard what sounded like running footsteps in the hallway outside my room. We had a dog, a German Shepherd named Toby, who immediately perked up and started growling. I thought maybe he'd knocked something over somewhere in the apartment, so I got up to check. As I opened my bedroom door, I saw her, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, in a white dress with straight black hair. She ran from the hallway into the living room, moving so fast she seemed to almost float. "Hello," I called out, my heart racing. Toby was barking like crazy now, staring in the direction the girl had gone. I slowly walked to the living room, Toby pressed against my leg. There was no one there. I checked every room, every closet. All the windows were locked, the front door secure. There was simply no way a child could have entered our apartment, let alone disappeared so quickly. When my parents came home, I told them what happened. They looked concerned, but tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd fallen asleep studying and dreamed it. But I hadn't, and Toby's reaction confirmed something was there. The strangest thing was that this girl didn't match any deaths we knew had occurred in the building. We'd heard about the suicide and an elderly man who had died of a heart attack in his apartment on the first floor. But no children. But the worst was yet to come. About a month later, Toby started exhibiting strange behavior. He would wake me up every night between 3:10 and 3:40 a.m., barking frantically at our front door. And I mean every night, like clockwork. He'd stand there, hackles raised, growling and barking at the door like someone was trying to break in. The first few nights my dad checked outside. Nothing. He even spoke with the night guard, who said no one had entered our floor. Dad checked the security cameras too. No one had been near our door. This continued for weeks. 6 weeks to be exact. I was exhausted from being woken up every night. My grades were suffering, and I was falling asleep in class. My parents were at their wits' end too. Mum suggested taking Toby to the vet, thinking maybe he was sick or in pain, causing him to act out. Then, about 2 weeks into this nightmare, my dad made a disturbing discovery. He noticed that before each barking episode, the automatic lights in the hallway outside our apartment would activate, as if someone was walking up the stairs and down the corridor to our door. But when he'd check, no one was there. Even more disturbing was Toby's behavior during these episodes. He wouldn't approach the wall adjacent to the front door. He'd stand about a meter away, shaking, showing his teeth and sometimes whimpering. It was like he was seeing something we couldn't. One night, around the 6-week mark, I was alone with Toby. My parents had gone to visit my grandmother, who was sick, and they were staying overnight. I was terrified of spending the night alone in the apartment, but I was 17 and tried to convince myself I was being childish. As expected, at exactly 3:17 a.m., I checked my phone, Toby started barking. But this time, it was different. He wasn't just barking at the door. He was running back and forth between my bedroom and the front door, like he was trying to warn me about something. I got out of bed, trembling, and followed him to the front door. Through the peephole, I could see the hallway light was on, indicating movement. But there was no one visible. Toby was going crazy, snarling and barking louder than I'd ever heard him. Then suddenly, he stopped. He stared at the door, his ears perked up, as if listening to something. And that's when I heard it, a soft knocking, not on the door itself, but on the wall beside it. 3 gentle knocks, then silence. I backed away, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Toby started growling again, his eyes fixed on the wall. The knocking came again, this time louder. Knock, knock, knock. Then I heard a whisper. It sounded like a child's voice, saying something I couldn't quite make out. I was paralyzed with fear, standing in my pajamas in our dark entryway, with only the light from my phone illuminating the space. Toby was now pressed against my legs, still growling, but clearly as terrified as I was. Something inside me snapped. After 6 weeks of torment, of sleepless nights and constant fear, I'd had enough. "Leave us alone!" I screamed at the door, tears streaming down my face. "Please, just leave me and my dog alone. I'll pray for you, I'll light candles, I'll do whatever you need to find peace and go to heaven or wherever you need to go. But please, please stop coming here every night." My voice echoed in the empty apartment. Toby had stopped growling and was looking up at me, confused by my outburst. There was silence, complete, absolute silence. Even the typical night sounds of the building, distant water pipes, the hum of the elevator, seemed to have ceased. I stood there, breathing hard, waiting for another knock or whisper. Nothing came. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I gathered enough courage to return to my bedroom, Toby following closely. I didn't sleep that night. keeping my bedside lamp on and staying alert for any sound. But nothing happened. For the first time in 6 weeks, the night passed without incident. The next night, I was anxious as 3 a.m. approached. I lay awake waiting for Toby to start barking, but he slept peacefully at the foot of my bed. The hallway lights didn't activate. There were no knocks, no whispers. The nightly disturbances had stopped completely, as suddenly as they had begun. I'd like to say that was the end of the strange occurrences in our building, but it wasn't. Other residents continued to report sightings and unexplained phenomena. The white figure was still occasionally seen in the parking lot. People still heard their names called by voices that shouldn't have been there. But whatever had been targeting me and Toby specifically seemed to have moved on. Maybe my desperate plea had worked. Maybe it had just gotten bored with us. Or maybe it had found what it was looking for. We moved out of that apartment about a year later when my dad got a job in another part of the city. I was relieved to leave, though the experiences have never left me. I still think about that little girl in the white dress and what might have been knocking on our wall in the middle of the night. I've researched the history of the building since then, but never found any record of a child dying there. Perhaps she's attached to someone or something else in the building, not the location itself. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that apartment. I'm not particularly religious or superstitious, but those experiences taught me that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that exist in the corners of our reality, occasionally making themselves known for reasons we may never understand. Sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I still find myself listening for that soft knocking. And I'm always grateful when it doesn't come. Story 5. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up, I prided myself on being rational, scientific. The guy who'd roll his eyes whenever someone brought up a ghost story at parties. My sister and her husband knew this about me, which is probably why what happened that night in Dundry hit me so hard. I still struggle to talk about it, but I need to get this off my chest after all these years. This happened back in 1992. My sister Jane and her husband Peter had bought this old house in Dundry, a tiny village in Somerset. It was one of those quintessentially British places, the kind tourists go mad for, with stone cottages and a medieval church right across from their property. Their house was something else. An 18th century building that used to be the village butcher's shop centuries ago. It had all the character features estate agents love to brag about: exposed wooden beams, uneven floors, a massive stone fireplace. The works. Jane had mentioned something about the land having a bit of a history. Apparently, it stood on a plot where they used to bury criminals and suicides, people who weren't allowed in the churchyard proper. I remember joking about it when they first moved in, asking if they got a discount for living on an unmarked graveyard. Peter laughed it off, saying every bit of English soil probably had someone buried under it at some point. Anyway, they needed someone to watch their kids, Ethan and Lucy, while they went on a short holiday. Their first since Lucy was born. Ethan was 4, Lucy just turned 3. Sweet kids, easy to look after. I was between jobs at the time, so I agreed to stay at their place for the 5 days they'd be gone. The first 2 days were completely normal. The village was quiet, almost too quiet for someone like me who was used to London, but the kids kept me busy enough. We'd go to the little playground, watch cartoons, bake cookies, normal uncle stuff. The house was old and had all those typical old house noises, but nothing that bothered me. I was sleeping in the guest bedroom on the ground floor, just at the bottom of the stairs. The kids' rooms were upstairs, along with the main bedroom and bathroom. The third night is when it happened. I'd put the kids to bed around 7:30 after dinner and a bath. They fell asleep quickly, which gave me some time to myself. I was sitting in the guest room, reading a book with the TV on low in the background. It must have been around 11 p.m. when I first heard it. There was this faint creaking sound coming from upstairs. At first, I thought one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom. I listened for a moment, then went back to my book when it stopped. A few minutes later, I heard it again, a distinct wooden floorboard creak, the kind that only happens when someone steps on it. I put my book down and listened more carefully. The old house made plenty of noises, especially when the temperature dropped at night, but this sounded different, more deliberate. I heard another creak, then another. It sounded like someone walking slowly across the upstairs hallway. My first thought was that one of the kids was sleepwalking. Ethan had done it once before, according to Jane. I got up and went to the bottom of the stairs, looking up toward the dark landing. The creaking had stopped. I called up softly, "Ethan, Lucy, are you up?" No response. I decided to check on them anyway. I climbed the stairs, wincing at how loud they seemed in the quiet house. The hallway light was off, but there was enough moonlight coming through the window at the end to see. I went to Ethan's room first, pushed the door open gently. He was fast asleep, tucked under his dinosaur duvet, breathing evenly. Next, I checked on Lucy. Same thing. She was curled up with her stuffed rabbit, dead to the world. I stood in the hallway, feeling a bit foolish. Must have been the house settling, I thought. These old buildings make all sorts of noises. I used the bathroom while I was up there, then headed back downstairs to my book. I'd just gotten comfortable again when the creaking started once more. This time it was unmistakable. The sound of footsteps moving across the floor above my head. Slow, measured steps. I sat perfectly still, straining to listen. The footsteps moved from what would be the main bedroom, across the landing, and toward the children's rooms. My heart started beating faster. I knew the kids were asleep. I'd just checked on them. And Jane and Peter weren't due back for 2 more days. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor. But that made no sense. The houses weren't terraced. This was a detached property. Could someone have broken in? But I would have heard a door or window. The footsteps paused for a moment, and then continued, now heading toward the stairs. I stood up, not sure what to do. Should I call out, run up there, call the police? Before I could decide, the footsteps reached the top of the stairs. And then they started coming down. I stood frozen at the doorway to my room, staring at the empty staircase as the unmistakable sound of footsteps descended, 1 step at a time. Creak, pause, creak, pause. But there was nobody there. Absolutely nobody. My mouth went dry. The hair on my arm stood up. I could feel goosebumps spreading across my skin as I watched and listened to invisible footsteps coming down the stairs toward me. The steps reached the middle of the staircase. I backed up into my room, my eyes never leaving the empty stairs. The sound kept coming, steady and unhurried. It wasn't the random creaking of wood expanding or contracting with temperature. These were deliberate steps, with the rhythm of a person walking. When the sound reached the bottom step, I don't know what I expected, for the sound to stop maybe, but it didn't. The invisible footsteps continued past me, moving through the hallway toward the living room. I turned, following the sound with my eyes, seeing nothing but hearing each distinct footfall on the wooden floorboards. The footsteps moved into the living room and stopped by the fireplace. The massive stone fireplace that Peter had once told me was original to the house, the only part that remained from the butcher's shop days. Then silence, complete silence. I realized I'd been holding my breath. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I waited for something else to happen, for the footsteps to return. But there was nothing. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I forced myself to move. I went to the wall and flipped on every light switch I could find. The hallway, the living room, the kitchen, I turned them all on until the house was blazing with light. The living room was empty. Nothing by the fireplace, nothing disturbed. I checked all the doors and windows, locked. I went upstairs again, this time turning on all those lights too. The kids were still fast asleep, completely undisturbed. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the TV playing some late-night program I wasn't watching, waiting for the sun to come up. I kept thinking about what Jane had said about the land, about criminals being buried there, outside the churchyard, people who weren't allowed proper burials. The next 2 days passed without incident. No more footsteps, no more creaking. When Jane and Peter came back, I debated whether to tell them. I didn't want to sound crazy or scare them. But something in my face must have given me away, because Jane asked if everything was all right as soon as they walked in. I told them. I felt ridiculous saying it out loud. Invisible footsteps, walking down the stairs, going to the fireplace. But I told them everything exactly as it happened. I expected them to laugh, to tell me it was just the house settling or my imagination. They didn't laugh. Peter looked at Jane, and she nodded slightly. "We've heard things too," she admitted. "Not footsteps, but noises, things moving when we're not in the room. We thought it was just the old house. We agreed not to mention it to the kids. They were too young, and it would only frighten them. But a week later, Jane called me. She'd contacted the local church, and the vicar had come to bless the house. He didn't make a big thing of it, just a simple blessing, a prayer in each room. The weird thing is, after that, Jane never reported anything strange again. No footsteps, no noises, nothing out of the ordinary. They lived in that house for another 15 years before moving closer to London for work. The kids grew up there without ever knowing what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it countless times since then. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was just the normal sounds of an old house that my anxious mind interpreted as footsteps. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation that I'm just not seeing. But I know what I heard that night. I know how deliberate those footsteps sounded, how they moved with purpose from upstairs, down the stairs, right past me to the fireplace. I can still hear them when I think about it, that slow, measured tread on the wooden steps. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I still don't believe in ghosts, not really, but I can't explain what happened in that house in Dundry. And sometimes that's the most frightening thing of all. When your entire worldview gets challenged by something you can't explain away. Whatever or whoever it was walking through that house that night, I'm just glad they seemed content to walk their path and leave the sleeping children, and me, unharmed. But I've never stayed in that house again, and to this day I can't fall asleep if I can hear floorboards creaking. Story 6. I've been hesitant to share this for years. Whenever I try to talk about it, people either think I'm exaggerating or making things up entirely. But what happened at my grandmother's house in Berkshire still gives me nightmares, and I need to get it off my chest. My grandmother owned this massive old house in Berkshire, England. It had been in our family for generations. It was the kind of place that had history seeping from its walls, wooden beams that creaked with every temperature change, strange drafts that would come out of nowhere even on still days, and corridors that seemed to stretch on forever. Growing up, our whole extended family would gather there for holidays and special occasions. From as far back as I can remember, there were unspoken rules about the house. No children were allowed to wander alone, especially after dark. We were told not to stare too long into empty rooms, especially through doorways that were partially open. My aunt would always say, "Don't look too hard, or something might look back." As a kid, I thought these were just silly rules adults made up, the kind of thing meant to keep us in line and stop us from breaking things. There was this one hallway connecting the front entrance to the kitchen that everybody hated. It had this spot that was always dark, no matter what time of day it was or how many lights we turned on. I'm not talking about a shadow. I mean a physical patch of darkness that just hung there. When you walked through it, the air felt thick and cold. Everyone felt it. Nobody ever said anything directly, but you could see how people would speed up when passing through or take the long way around through the dining room instead. My last visit to that house was about 5 years ago. My father had gone back to England to visit his mother, and he invited me and my sister to join him for a couple of weeks. I hadn't been back in nearly 20 years, not since we moved to the States when I was 12. Dad had been staying with my grandmother and my Uncle James for about a week before we arrived. James had become Grandma's caretaker as her health declined, and he lived in the house full-time. The moment we pulled up to the house, I felt an immediate sense of unease. It looked exactly the same. The ivy climbing up the stone walls, the weathered wooden door, the small windows that seemed to watch you approach. But something felt different, heavier somehow. Dad greeted us with hugs, but I noticed right away how exhausted he looked. His face was drawn with dark circles under his eyes. When I asked if he was jet-lagged, he brushed it off, saying he wasn't sleeping well. Later that night, after my sister went to bed, he confided in me over a glass of whiskey. "This damn house," he said, taking a long drink. I'd forgotten what it was like. When I asked what he meant, he told me he'd been waking up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was watching him. He said he kept seeing someone sitting on his dresser, staring at him in the dark. "I know how it sounds," he said, "but I'm not imagining it." He then told me something I'd never known before, that dark spot in the hallway. It used to be a bathroom. Dad had built it for my grandparents years ago, but they never used it. Grandma told him they felt like something wanted the space more than they did. They eventually sealed it off and pretended it was never there. The next morning, I caught my Uncle James alone in the kitchen. I casually brought up Dad's sleeping troubles, expecting him to laugh it off. Instead, he lowered his voice and glanced toward the hallway. "Your dad's not imagining things," he said. "I've seen plenty here myself." I asked him what he meant, and his answer made my skin crawl. He told me he regularly saw a little girl running down the main hall, always disappearing into the wall, where the original front door used to be, before the house was expanded centuries ago. He described seeing a huge man's face just staring at him in the living room one night when he got up for water. The face wasn't attached to a body. It was just floating there, about 7 feet up the wall, watching him. "The worst is when I hear them talking," he said. "Sometimes when it's just me and your grandmother here, I hear shadows moving around and whispering to each other." When I asked him how he dealt with it, he explained that he smudged the house weekly, burning sage and reciting prayers he'd learned from a local woman who dealt with these sorts of things. But he'd been too busy preparing for our visit and helping Grandma with her medications to keep up with the ritual. "The activity always picks up when I miss a week," he said, rubbing his eyes. "I'm sorry about the timing." I tried to shake off the conversation, telling myself my uncle was just superstitious. But later that day, Grandma asked me to fetch a photo album from the attic. I'd been up there dozens of times as a kid, so I didn't think twice about going alone. The attic stairs were narrow and steep, with a single bulb lighting the way. As I reached the top step, I felt the air change. It became heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. The single bulb cast weak light across the space, leaving most of it in shadow. Dust particles floated in the beam of light, but they moved wrong. They seemed to swirl against the natural air currents, congregating in corners rather than dispersing. I took a few steps toward where I remembered the photo albums being stored, and that's when I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Not just observed, but studied. I could feel eyes boring into the back of my neck. My muscles tensed involuntarily, and a chill ran from the base of my skull down my spine. I wanted to turn around, but I couldn't. It felt like someone was crouching right behind me, so close I could almost feel their breath. My neck became stiff, and I couldn't move my head to look. It wasn't paralysis from fear. It felt like something was physically holding my head in place, preventing me from turning around. The photo albums were right there, just a few feet away on a shelf. I forced myself to move forward, fighting against every instinct screaming at me to run. As I grabbed the album, I heard a soft shuffling sound behind me, like something dragging across the wooden floorboards. I didn't look back. I clutched the album to my chest and walked, not ran because somehow I knew running would make it worse, to the stairs. Each step away from whatever was in that attic felt like moving through molasses. Only when I reached the landing below did my neck release, the invisible pressure suddenly gone. I stood there gasping for air, my heart hammering in my chest. I wanted to tell someone, but what exactly would I say? That I felt something watching me, that my neck got stiff. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. I handed the album to Grandma, making some excuse about dust making it hard to breathe up there. She just nodded, her eyes knowing, but she didn't press me for details. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old house made me flinch. The darkness in my room seemed deeper than it should have been, with shadows that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. Around 2 a.m., my sister Maddie crept into my room, her face pale. "Can I sleep in here?" she whispered, already climbing into my bed without waiting for an answer. I moved over to make room. "What's wrong?" She pulled the covers up to her chin. "There's something in Grandma's room." I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean? Is Grandma okay?" "She's fine. She's sleeping," Maddie said. "But there's something in the corner of her room watching. I could feel it staring at me." "Did you see anything?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, but I know it was there, and it's angry. I don't know how I know that, but I do. It doesn't want us here." We lay there in silence for a while, listening to the house settling around us. Finally, I asked, "Have you ever felt anything like this before? When we used to visit as kids?" "All the time," she said quietly. "I thought everybody did. That's why we weren't supposed to go off alone, right?" The next morning at breakfast, the tension was palpable. Dad looked worse than before, his hands shaking slightly as he poured his coffee. Uncle James was unusually quiet. Even Grandma seemed on edge, her eyes constantly drifting to that dark spot in the hallway. I decided to take a closer look at it during daylight. Standing in front of where the bathroom used to be, I could feel the temperature drop several degrees. The darkness there seemed to absorb the light around it. I reached out my hand, curious if I could feel anything. The moment my fingers touched the edge of that darkness, I felt a jolt, like static electricity, but colder and somehow deeper. And for a split second, I swear I saw something move within it, a shifting, a reorganizing of the shadows into something almost human-shaped. I yanked my hand back and practically ran to the living room. That afternoon, things escalated. We were all in the living room having tea when the lights flickered. Not unusual in an old house, except they flickered in a pattern. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, like some kind of code. Uncle James turned pale. "That's new," he muttered, putting down his cup with a shaking hand. A few minutes later, we heard footsteps upstairs, heavy and deliberate, crossing from one end of the house to the other. Dad and Uncle James exchanged looks. "It's probably just the pipes," Dad said, but his voice was tight. "We don't have pipes in the ceiling," Uncle James replied. Grandma began humming to herself, a nervous habit she'd always had. The footsteps stopped directly above us, then seemed to move to the top of the stairs. We all went quiet, straining to listen. Then came the sound of something heavy being dragged down the steps, one thump at a time. Thump, pause, thump, pause. Dad stood up. "I'm going to check that out." "Don't!" Grandma said sharply, the first word she'd spoken in hours. "It wants attention. Don't give it what it wants." We sat in silence as the thumping continued all the way down the stairs, then stopped at the entrance to the living room. The doorway remained empty. but the air around it seemed to warp slightly, like heat rising from pavement. That night was the worst. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of my sister crying. She was still asleep beside me, but tears were streaming down her face. I tried to wake her, but she was locked in whatever nightmare had gripped her. When she finally came to, she was gasping for air. "We need to leave," she choked out between sobs. "We need to go now." "What did you dream?" I asked. "I didn't dream," she said, her eyes wide with terror. "I saw. In my sleep I could see everything in this house, all the things hiding in the walls and under the floors. They're angry we're here. They think we abandoned them." I tried to comfort her, telling her it was just a nightmare. But I didn't believe it myself, not after everything that had happened. In the morning we told Dad we wanted to leave. To my surprise, he didn't argue. "I think that's best," he said, rubbing his face. "I've booked you both flights for tomorrow. I'll stay with your grandmother and James a bit longer. I can't leave them alone with whatever this is." That last day in the house was like waiting for a storm to break. The air felt charged, oppressive. Even simple tasks like packing became difficult, as items would inexplicably disappear, only to reappear in strange places. My hairbrush in the refrigerator, Maddie's phone in a flower container. Uncle James tried to lighten the mood by joking that the house was playing tricks, but nobody laughed. He finally performed his smudging ritual, walking through each room with burning sage, murmuring words I couldn't understand. The smoke seemed to cling to that dark spot in the hallway, swirling around it instead of dispersing. As evening approached, the atmosphere grew even heavier. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. Dad insisted on driving us to a hotel near Heathrow for our early morning flight, rather than spending one more night in the house. As we were loading our luggage into the car, I glanced up at the attic window. There, just for a moment, I saw a face, not a human face, but something that was trying to look human and failing. Its features were too fluid, its eyes too large and set at odd angles. It was pressed against the glass, watching us leave. I blinked, and it was gone. Dad saw my expression and followed my gaze. "You saw it too," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to speak. "I'll be back tomorrow," he told us as he drove us to the hotel. "But I won't stay in that house alone after dark. I've promised James I'll help him figure out what's happening, but we'll both leave before sunset every day." That was 5 years ago. Dad stayed in England for another week before coming home. He never told us exactly what happened after we left, just that he and Uncle James had taken care of some things. Grandma passed away 6 months later, and the house was sold to some developer who planned to divide it into luxury apartments. I looked it up recently out of curiosity. The development never happened. The house stands empty to this day, with rumors in the local community about construction accidents and workers refusing to enter the building. I still don't know what was in that house, or why it seemed to intensify during our visit. Was it something that had always been there, building strength over generations? Or had we somehow disturbed something that should have been left alone? I don't have answers, just the memories of those few terrifying days and the absolute certainty that whatever was in that house was real, aware, and angry. And sometimes when I'm half asleep, I still feel the weight of invisible eyes watching me from dark corners, waiting. Story 7. I still get chills typing this out. Even though it's been years since we left that house in Montevideo, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I'm still there. I need to get this off my chest because keeping it bottled up is driving me crazy. My name is Isabella, and in 2010, my family moved into an old house that had been in our family since the 1800s. My great-great-grandparents built it after immigrating from Italy. Back then, it was this huge property, but over the generations, it got divided and sold off until we only had about a quarter of the original house left. If only the property size was the only thing that had changed. When we were preparing to move in, my mom mentioned casually that the previous occupants, family friends of ours, had left in a hurry. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was 15 and more concerned about changing schools and leaving my friends behind. I wish I'd paid more attention. The first night in that house, I couldn't sleep, not because of the new surroundings or the creaky old bed, but because I kept hearing whispers. I told myself it was just the wind or the old pipes. Houses this old make noise, right? I pulled my blanket over my head and eventually drifted off. The next morning at breakfast, I mentioned the noises to my mum. The look on her face said everything. She wasn't surprised. That's when she told me more about why the previous family had left. They'd experienced doors and windows opening and closing violently with no explanation. The neighbors had heard babies crying in our backyard at night. The backyard, where there weren't any babies. Mum hesitated before telling me the rest. Apparently, back in the 40s or 50s, part of the house had been used as a clandestine abortion center. The rumor was that they buried the fetuses in the backyard. I lost my appetite instantly. But that wasn't all. This house had been everything over the years. A cinema, 2 different churches, a bar, and various stores. Mom said her cousins, who had visited when they were younger, had seen faces in the bathroom mirrors that weren't their own. And the smells. Random smells would just appear out of nowhere. The smell of cigarettes when nobody smoked, perfume when nobody was wearing any, and sometimes just this horrible rotting odor that would disappear as quickly as it came. I wanted to leave right then. I begged my mom, but she said we couldn't afford to move again so soon. The house had been paid off generations ago, and we were struggling financially. Moving here was supposed to help us get back on our feet. That first week, I noticed small things. My school books would be in different places than where I'd left them. My hairbrush would disappear and turn up in weird spots, like inside the refrigerator or under the sofa. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just forgetful or distracted. But then one night, about 2 weeks after we moved in, I was up late doing homework. The house was quiet, my mom was asleep, and I had my bedroom door closed. Suddenly, I heard voices in the backyard. Multiple people having a conversation. I couldn't understand what they were saying. It wasn't Spanish or English. It sounded older, maybe Italian or something else European. I froze. It was almost midnight. We had a high fence, and the gate was always locked. I worked up the courage to peek through my window blinds into the backyard. It was empty, but the voices continued, clear as day, as if a group of people were standing right there having a casual chat. I ran to my mom's room and woke her up. She listened for a moment, then just sighed and said, "They won't hurt us. Just ignore them." Ignore them? How was I supposed to ignore voices coming from our empty backyard? I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I asked my mum how she could be so calm. That's when she told me about what had happened to her a few nights earlier. She'd woken up in the middle of the night to find a man standing at the foot of her bed. He had a black plastic bag over his head. She said she was too terrified to scream, so she just closed her eyes and started praying until she fell asleep again. He was gone in the morning, she said, like that made it okay. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Mom, we need to leave this house," I insisted. "And go where, Isabella? With what money?" She snapped back. She was right. We were trapped. Things escalated quickly after that. The apparitions became more frequent. Mom would see the man with the bag over his head at least once a week. I started seeing shadows moving in my peripheral vision, especially in the hallway outside my bedroom. Sometimes I'd be doing homework and feel like someone was reading over my shoulder, but when I turned around, no one was there. One night, I woke up because my room was freezing cold, even though it was summer. I opened my eyes and saw a woman in old-fashioned clothes standing in the corner. She wasn't doing anything threatening, just staring. I blinked, and she was gone, but the cold remained for hours. I started spending as much time as possible away from the house. I'd go to school early and stay late, hanging out at friends' houses until I absolutely had to come home. But my mum insisted I be home by dark. The irony wasn't lost on me. The monsters weren't outside. They were waiting for us at home. About 3 months after we moved in, my cousin invited me for a sleepover. Their house was actually connected to ours by a wall. It had once been part of the original property. I was so relieved to be out of our house that I didn't even consider that whatever was haunting us might not respect property lines. We stayed up late watching movies and eating junk food. It felt so normal, so safe. Around midnight, my cousin fell asleep, but I was still wide awake. Their room had this full-length mirror on the closet door. As I was lying there, I noticed a movement in the mirror. At first, I thought it was just my cousin turning in her sleep, but when I looked more closely, I saw a woman standing behind the mirror, as if she was on the other side looking through. I couldn't move. It was like my entire body was frozen. The woman was pale, with dark circles under her eyes and long, stringy hair. She was wearing what looked like a nightgown, dirty and torn at the edges. The worst part was her eyes. They were fixed directly on me, and they followed me, even when I managed to shift slightly in the bed. I closed my eyes tight, counting to 10 in my head, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. When I opened them again, the woman was no longer behind the mirror. She was standing in the doorway of the bedroom. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare back at her. She didn't move or speak. She just stood there watching me with those hollow eyes. I closed my eyes again, this time counting to 20, praying harder than I ever had in my life. When I opened my eyes, she was gone. I still couldn't move, though. I lay there rigid until sunrise, afraid that if I moved or made a sound, she would come back. My cousin slept through the whole thing, completely unaware of what had happened. The next morning, I asked my cousin if she'd ever seen anything strange in her house. She looked uncomfortable before admitting that she sometimes heard footsteps in the hallway when no one was there, and doors would open and close on their own. But she'd never seen anyone. When I got home, I found my mom sitting at the kitchen table with a strange woman. She introduced her as Senora Vega, a medium who lived nearby. Apparently, my mom had reached out to her after the man with the bag had appeared 3 times in one night. Senora Vega asked me to sit down and tell her about my experiences. I hesitated at first. I'd never believed in psychics or mediums, but I was desperate for answers, for help, for anything that might make this stop. So I told her everything, including what had happened at my cousin's house the night before. She listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding or frowning. When I finished, she took a deep breath and said, "There are 6 of them." "6 what?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. 6 spirits attached to this property. Some are confused, some are angry, and some are just stuck. She explained that the house's history had created a sort of spiritual magnet. All the deaths, the murders, the natural deaths, the suicides, the abortions, had left imprints. The man with the bag over his head had been murdered in the house in the 1970s when it was briefly used as a bar. Someone had suffocated him during a robbery. The woman I'd seen at my cousin's was a mother who had come for an abortion in the 1950s, but had died from complications. She was still looking for her baby. There were others. An old man who had owned the cinema, a priest from when it was a church, a young boy who had fallen down the stairs, and a woman who had committed suicide in what was now my bedroom. My mom asked if there was anything we could do to make them leave. Senora Vega said she could perform a cleansing, but she couldn't guarantee it would work on all of them, especially the more stubborn spirits. The cleansing took place that weekend. Senora Vega burned herbs and said prayers in every room of the house. She placed small bowls of salt in the corners and told us to replace them weekly. She hung special charms over the doors and windows. For a while, it seemed to work. The voices in the backyard stopped. The objects stayed where we put them. My mom didn't see the man with the bag. I started to relax a little, thinking maybe it was over. Then about a month later, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was sitting on my chest. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. When I managed to open my eyes, I saw the woman in the nightgown, the same one from my cousin's house, sitting on top of me, her face just inches from mine. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her breath smelled like decay. "Where is it?" she whispered, her voice like sandpaper. "Where's my baby?" I couldn't answer. I couldn't do anything but lie there as she pressed harder on my chest. Just as spots started to appear in my vision, my mom burst into the room. The woman vanished instantly, and I could breathe again. Mom had heard me gasping for air and had come to check on me. When I told her what happened, she just held me while I cried. The next day, she started looking for a new place for us to live. It took 3 more months to find somewhere we could afford. 3 more months of apparitions, of voices, of objects moving, of cold spots and strange smells, and constant unrelenting fear. The night before we moved out, all 6 of them appeared in different parts of the house, as if saying goodbye, or warning us not to leave. We've been in our new place for several years now. It's smaller, and the neighborhood isn't as nice, but it's ours. Nothing moves on its own. No one watches us while we sleep. No voices speak in languages we don't understand. I still drive by the old house sometimes. A new family lives there now. I've thought about warning them, but what would I say? "Excuse me, but your house is haunted by 6 different ghosts, including a murder victim and a woman looking for her aborted baby." They'd think I was crazy. Sometimes I wonder if they've experienced anything yet, or if the spirits have decided to leave them alone. Maybe they're still there, waiting for someone sensitive enough to notice them. Or maybe they're specifically attached to my family, since the house was built by my ancestors. All I know is that I still have nightmares about that woman's face inches from mine, asking about her baby. I still wake up sometimes feeling like there's a weight on my chest. And I still can't look into mirrors at night, afraid of who might be looking back. I never want to set foot in that house again. Some places have too much history, too much pain absorbed into the walls. That house in Montevideo should have been torn down long ago. Instead, it's still standing, still harboring its secrets and its spirits, waiting for the next family to move in. Story 8. I never thought I'd be the person posting something like this. Up until last year, I'd roll my eyes at ghost stories or paranormal stuff. I was the guy who'd find the logical explanation for the weird sound or the ghost in a photo. But I don't have explanations anymore. I've tried. For my own sanity, I've really tried. It started about 8 months ago when I moved to North London. I'd gotten a decent job offer and needed a change of scenery. So I found this modern apartment in a quiet neighborhood with lots of trees and parks nearby. The building was nice, red brick exterior, recently renovated inside, nothing creepy or weird about it. I moved in with a roommate, Liam, a South African guy who'd been living there for about 6 months already. The first weird thing happened just 3 days after I moved in. I was unpacking my stuff in my bedroom when Liam knocked on my door. "Hey, Daniel, quick question. Why were you walking so slowly to the bathroom last night? Were you feeling sick or something?" I looked at him confused. "What do you mean? I didn't get up last night." He frowned. Around 3 a.m., I heard someone walking really slowly past my door toward the bathroom. The floorboards were creaking. I thought it was you. "Wasn't me, mate. I slept through the night." He laughed it off, saying he must have been half asleep and hearing things. I didn't think much of it. Old buildings make noise, right? A week later, I was up late watching a movie on my laptop when I heard it for the first time. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the hallway outside my room. The distinct sound of weight shifting on the floorboards, one step at a time. I paused my movie and listened. Step, pause. Step, pause. like someone trying not to make noise but failing. I opened my door quickly, expecting to see Liam, but the hallway was empty and dark. Liam's door was closed with no light coming from underneath. The next morning I mentioned it to him. He looked relieved when I brought it up. "I've heard that too. I thought I was imagining things. The first couple of months I lived here I never heard anything. It only started happening recently." We both agreed it was probably just the building settling or neighbors upstairs, though we were on the top floor with only a small attic storage space above us. Still, I convinced myself there was a logical explanation. About 3 weeks in, I had my first truly unexplainable experience. I'm meticulous about my routine before bed. I check that my phone is charging, I set my alarm, and I always turn off my bedside lamp. I remember specifically turning it off that night because I had finished reading a chapter in my book and noted the page number before switching off the light. When I woke up around 4 a.m. to use the bathroom, my lamp was on, not just on, but the bulb was glowing much brighter than usual. I distinctly remember feeling confused and a bit unnerved. I turned it off, used the bathroom and went back to sleep, convincing myself I must have forgotten to turn it off, even though I knew I hadn't. The incidents were strange but manageable until what happened after my trip to Europe. I'd gone away for a weekend to Amsterdam with some friends, and I remember feeling weirdly anxious about coming back to the apartment. When I got home, everything seemed normal. Liam was out at his girlfriend's, so I had the place to myself. I decided to relax with some beer and watch a football match. I was sitting on the floor with my back against the sofa, a pillow behind my head for comfort, and a beer can between my legs. About halfway through the match, something happened that I still can't explain. The pillow that was behind my head, that I was literally leaning against, somehow flew over my head and landed perfectly on top of my beer can, knocking it over and spilling beer everywhere. It didn't slide or fall. It literally flew over my head in an arc and landed with enough force to tip over the can. There's absolutely no way this could have happened naturally. I wasn't moving, there was no draft, no open windows, no logical explanation whatsoever. I completely lost it. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I jumped up, hyperventilating, and ran straight to the front door. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, hand on the doorknob, trying to calm down and figure out what to do. It was nearly midnight and I had nowhere to go. Eventually, I worked up the courage to go back inside, but I turned on every single light in the apartment and the TV for noise. I texted Liam asking when he'd be home, trying to sound casual, but I was terrified of being alone there. He wasn't coming back until morning. That night, I slept with all the lights on. Actually, slept isn't the right word. I lay in bed, wide awake, listening for any sound, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. It was like my brain was on high alert, scanning for danger. After that, I lived in a constant state of paranoia. I kept all the lights on whenever I was home. I left the TV running 24/7 for background noise, even when I went to sleep. I avoided sitting with my back to open doorways. I'd check behind shower curtains, in closets, under beds, anywhere something could hide. I know it sounds crazy, but it felt necessary. The strange thing was that after the pillow incident, the activity seemed to stop. No more footsteps, no more mysteriously turned on lamps. But even though nothing was happening, the feeling in the apartment changed. It's hard to describe, but it was like walking into a room where people have just been arguing. You can feel the tension, even though nothing visible is happening. That's what the apartment felt like, charged with some negative energy. I felt watched constantly. I'd get random chills, even though the heating was on. I'd wake up with the sensation that someone was standing over my bed, but of course, no one was there. The rational part of my brain kept saying it was just anxiety, just my imagination running wild after a few weird coincidences. But another part of me knew better. This went on for weeks. I wasn't sleeping well, my work was suffering, and Liam started asking if I was okay because I seemed jumpy all the time. I made excuses about stress at work, but I could tell he sensed something was off with me. Sometimes I'd catch him looking around the apartment nervously too, though we never really talked about the weird stuff anymore. It was like we both silently agreed to pretend everything was normal. My birthday came around, and some friends took me out for drinks. It was the first time I'd felt normal in weeks. I came home slightly drunk, feeling better than I had in a long time. The alcohol had dulled my fear enough that I thought I might actually get a decent night's sleep, though I still kept all the lights on out of habit. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard it. 2 distinct knocks on the door near my bedroom. Not the front door, the small door that led to a storage closet in the hallway. Knock, knock, deliberate, clear, purposeful. It wasn't like the random creaks and groans an old building makes. It wasn't like the ambiguous sounds that could be explained away. These were knocks that could only have been made by something intelligent, something trying to communicate, something letting me know it was there. I froze, completely sober now, my heart racing. I waited for something else to happen, more knocks, footsteps, anything, but there was only silence. Somehow that was worse. I lay there until dawn broke, not moving, barely breathing. When morning came, I told Liam I needed to move out. I didn't go into details, just said the commute was too long, a terrible excuse since my workplace was actually quite close. He looked at me strangely but didn't push it. I wonder if he knew the real reason. I wonder if he'd experienced things he never told me about. I found a new place within 2 weeks and moved out as quickly as possible. I didn't care about breaking my lease or losing my security deposit. I just needed to get out. About a month after moving, I ran into one of my old neighbors from the building. During our conversation, she mentioned something that made my blood run cold. She asked if I knew that our building used to be a facility for the mentally ill before it was converted into apartments in the 1970s. I hadn't known. The real estate agent certainly never mentioned it. Since moving out, I've been mostly okay. No strange occurrences in my new place, but I've realized something about myself. I think I'm sensitive to this kind of thing. I can walk into a room now and sometimes just feel if something's not right. It's not a superpower or anything dramatic like that. It's subtle, like a slight pressure change or a faint smell you can't quite identify. I don't talk about what happened much. Most people would think I'm crazy or that I was just stressed and imagining things. Maybe they're right. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation for everything that happened in that apartment. But I still remember those knocks. 2 clear, deliberate knocks on a hollow door in the middle of the night. Not random, not accidental, intentional. As if whatever was in that apartment wanted me to know it was there, watching me, sharing my space. I don't have any proof, no recordings, no videos, no witnesses, just my experience and the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone in that apartment, and the knowledge that I'll never set foot in that building again. Sometimes I wonder if Liam is still there, if he's experiencing things too. I think about reaching out to ask him, but honestly, I'm afraid of the answer. Some part of me wants to forget it all happened, but those knocks, I still hear them in my dreams sometimes. Knock, knock, like something trying to get in. Story 9. I still don't know how to explain what happened in that house. It's been 3 years now, but I remember that first day like it was yesterday. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. I was 16 when we moved into that rental on Oakwood Drive. Nothing fancy, just a 2-story colonial with faded blue siding that my parents got for a surprisingly good deal. Dad kept saying it was the opportunity we needed after he lost his job at the factory. Looking back, I guess the price should have been our first warning. It was early August, hot as hell, and we had just finished unloading the moving truck. Our stuff was mostly still in boxes stacked throughout the main room. Mom took my little sisters, Emma and Lily, to check out the park a few blocks away. Dad asked me to stay behind and help unpack the essentials. Our pets were acting weird from the moment we arrived. We had this old golden retriever, Max, who was usually super friendly and energetic. But as soon as we walked into that house, he tucked his tail between his legs and wouldn't come out from under the couch. I figured he was just stressed from the move. Our cat Mia had given birth to 6 kittens about 8 weeks earlier. They were these tiny little fur balls, still playful and curious about everything. We'd set them up in a corner of the living room with their bed and toys. But about an hour into unpacking, I noticed them all huddled together, backs arched, fur standing on end. They were all staring at the same spot on the ceiling, hissing and spitting. I remember looking up, expecting to see a bug or something, but there was nothing there, just the ceiling where it met the wall near the staircase. "Dad, what's wrong with the kittens?" I asked, kneeling down to try to comfort them. They wouldn't let me touch them, which was weird because they usually loved attention. Dad glanced over, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Probably just adjusting to the new place, Tyler. Animals can be sensitive to change." I wasn't convinced. Max was still hiding, and now the kittens were acting like they'd seen a ghost or something. I tried to focus on unpacking the kitchen boxes, but I kept looking back at them. They hadn't moved, still staring at that same spot. That's when we heard it. A slow, dragging sound from upstairs, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. It came from directly above, where the kittens were staring. Dad froze, box cutter in hand. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. "Maybe it's just the house settling." The noise came again, louder this time. A distinct scraping, followed by what sounded like a faint creaking. The kittens started mewling in unison, this high-pitched wail I'd never heard before. Dad's face hardened. He put down the box cutter and walked over to the corner where we'd stashed some sports equipment. He pulled out my old baseball bat. "Stay here," he said. "Probably just a squirrel or something that got in through the attic." But we both knew it sounded too heavy for a squirrel. I watched him climb the stairs slowly, bat raised. The wood creaked under his feet. From my spot in the kitchen, I could see him reach the landing and pause, listening. Then he disappeared down the hallway towards the bedrooms. I stood frozen in place, straining to hear. The kittens had gone silent, but were still staring upward, trembling now. Max whined softly from under the couch. The house felt suddenly colder despite the August heat. It felt like forever, but was probably only a couple minutes before I heard Dad's footsteps again. When he appeared at the top of the stairs, his face was drained of color. He didn't say anything, just beckoned me to come up with a shaky hand. "What is it?" I asked, already moving toward the stairs. "Just come see this," he said, his voice weird and tight. I followed him down the hall to what would become my sister's bedroom. The room was empty, except for a single wooden chair in the center, an old-fashioned rocking chair with ornate carvings on the backrest. I didn't recognize it. It definitely wasn't ours. "Did the previous owners leave this?" I asked. Dad shook his head slowly. "Look at the floor." I looked down and felt my stomach drop. Surrounding the chair was a perfect circle carved into the hardwood floor, about 4 feet in diameter. The groove was maybe half an inch deep, as if someone had taken a router to the floor in a perfect circle. Fresh sawdust lined the groove and was scattered around it. "That's weird," I said, not knowing what else to say. "Why would someone do that?" Dad's voice was barely above a whisper. "When I opened the door, the chair was spinning." "What do you mean, spinning?" "I mean it was rotating by itself, on one leg, fast, like someone was twirling it. It stopped the second I opened the door." I stared at him, waiting for him to crack a smile, tell me he was joking. but his face remained dead serious, and I noticed his hands were shaking slightly. "That's impossible," I said. "I know what I saw, Tyler." He stepped carefully into the room and touched the chair. "Feel this." I placed my hand on the seat of the chair. It was ice cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer, which made no sense in the summer heat with no AC running yet. "And look," Dad pointed to the base of the chair. One of the legs, the center post, was worn down to a nub, perfectly rounded at the bottom. The wood was polished smooth, like it had been spinning on that point for years. Fresh wood dust clung to it. "Maybe it was balanced on that leg and fell over when you opened the door," I suggested, desperately trying to find a logical explanation. Dad shook his head. "It wasn't falling. It was spinning, controlled, like a top. Then it just stopped." We both stood there silently for a moment, staring at the chair. The air in the room felt thick, hard to breathe. I had this overwhelming feeling that we were being watched. "Let's get out of here," Dad finally said. He grabbed the chair and carried it out of the room. I followed close behind, not wanting to be left alone in there. Downstairs, he took the chair straight out the back door and tossed it into the alley behind our house. When he came back in, he was trying to act normal, but I could tell he was shaken. "Let's not mention this to your mom or the girls," he said. "No need to freak them out on our first day here. It was probably just, I don't know, some kind of prank the previous tenants left." I nodded, but neither of us believed that. We went back to unpacking, but the mood had shifted. Every creak of the house made us jump. The kittens had finally relaxed a bit, but stayed huddled together. Max still wouldn't come out from under the couch. When Mum got back with my sisters, we tried to act normal. Dad told them the pets were just adjusting to the move. We ordered pizza for dinner since the kitchen wasn't set up yet, and ate, sitting on boxes in the living room. Emma and Lily were excited about the park and their new rooms, oblivious to the tension between Dad and me. That night I couldn't sleep. My room was across the hall from where we'd found the chair. I kept listening for that scraping sound, expecting to hear it again. Around 3 a.m., I finally drifted off, only to be woken by a faint whispering coming from the hallway. It sounded like a conversation, multiple voices speaking too quietly to make out the words. I thought maybe my parents were up, but when I opened my door to check, the hallway was empty and the whispers immediately stopped. I convinced myself it was just the remnants of a dream and went back to bed. But I left my desk lamp on for the rest of the night. The next morning at breakfast, I noticed dark circles under Dad's eyes. He'd barely slept either. Mum commented that the house seemed to make a lot of noise at night, but she assumed it was just an old house settling. If only it had been that simple. Throughout that day, small things kept happening. A picture frame that Mom had just hung fell off the wall with enough force to crack the glass. We found the kitchen faucet running full blast when no one had been in there. Dad's tools kept getting moved from where he'd left them. We tried to rationalize each incident. Old nails in the walls, water pressure issues, forgetfulness. But deep down, I think we all knew something wasn't right. That evening, while helping Dad move boxes upstairs, I asked him if he thought the house might be haunted. "I don't believe in that stuff, Tyler," he said firmly, but his eyes darted nervously to the corner where we'd found the chair. The circular groove was still visible in the floor. That night, the whispering in the hallway returned, louder this time. I distinctly heard a child's laugh, which was especially creepy since my sister's room was on the other side of the house. When I told my parents the next morning, they exchanged a look I couldn't read. "I heard it too," Mom admitted. "I thought it was Emma or Lily getting up to use the bathroom." The third day brought the banging. It started in the walls of my bedroom in the middle of the afternoon. Loud, deliberate knocks that vibrated through the drywall. When Dad investigated, there was nothing there, no pipes or wiring that could explain it. The knocking would move, traveling through the walls from room to room, sometimes stopping directly behind where one of us was standing. Mum started finding the kittens in weird places, all 6 of them lined up in the bathtub or huddled in a kitchen cabinet that had been closed. Max began barking at empty corners of rooms. One night we found him standing at the bottom of the stairs, growling up into the darkness, his whole body rigid. About a week after moving in, I came home from bike riding to find that chair back in the house. It was sitting in the living room, in the exact center. Mom was staring at it, confused. "Did your dad bring this back in?" she asked. "No way!" I told her about finding it upstairs, about the circle in the floor and what Dad had seen. She didn't believe me at first, thought we were trying to scare her. But then Dad came home and saw the chair, the color drained from his face. "I threw that thing in the dumpster behind the grocery store yesterday," he said quietly. "It wasn't in the alley anymore, so I drove it across town and got rid of it." That night we heard the spinning, a rapid whirring sound coming from the empty room upstairs, where the chair had first been. Dad refused to check it out, instead gathering us all in the living room, where we slept with the lights on. The next morning the chair was gone again, but a perfect circle of sawdust appeared on the carpet in the living room. Things escalated from there. Doors would slam shut on their own. We'd find all the kitchen cabinets open in the morning. The TV would turn on by itself, always to static. One night, I woke up to find those 6 kittens sitting in a perfect circle around my bed, all staring at me. The worst was the night Mom was alone with Emma and Lily, while Dad and I went to get dinner. She called us in a panic, saying someone was walking around upstairs, heavy footsteps going from room to room. When we got home, there was mud tracked all through the upstairs hallway, but all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. We started sleeping in the same room, all 5 of us, plus the dog in my parents' bedroom. The cat and kittens disappeared for days at a time, then would suddenly all be back, huddled together and staring at things we couldn't see. About 3 months in, Emma started talking about the spinning man who visited her at night. She'd draw pictures of a tall, thin figure with unnaturally long arms standing next to that wooden chair. When we asked who he was, she just said, "He's always been here. He likes to spin and spin until someone sees him." We tried to get help. Dad had a priest come bless the house. Mom hired a cleansing expert who burned sage and placed crystals in the corners. Nothing helped. The activity would quiet for a few days, then come back worse than before. The final straw came 6 months after we moved in. I woke up in the middle of the night to find that chair at the foot of my bed. I was alone. I'd insisted on sleeping in my own room again, trying to prove to myself that I wasn't afraid. The chair was spinning slowly, making that same scraping sound we'd heard the first day. As I watched, frozen in terror, it began to spin faster and faster until it was just a blur. Then it suddenly stopped, and in the moonlight coming through my window, I could see someone sitting in it. It wasn't fully visible, more like a shadow or an outline of a person, tall and unnaturally thin, just like in Emma's drawings. It had no face that I could see, just a darker void where a head should be. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then it stood up. It was so tall, its head nearly touched my ceiling. It reached one impossibly long arm toward me, and I swear I felt cold fingers brush against my face. I screamed and ran from the room. By the time my parents got there, the chair and the figure were gone. But carved into my wooden bed frame was that same perfect circle. We moved out the next day, leaving most of our stuff behind. Dad broke the lease and took the financial hit. We stayed with my grandparents while looking for a new place. The strangest part? When the landlord asked why we were breaking the lease, Dad told him about everything that had happened. The landlord didn't seem surprised. "Was there a wooden rocking chair?" he asked. When Dad nodded, the landlord sighed. "That's the 3rd family in 2 years. I keep throwing that damn chair away, but it always comes back." We later learned that the land the house was built on used to belong to a furniture maker in the early 1900s. He supposedly went insane and killed himself by hanging from the rafters in his workshop, right where our house now stood. His specialty had been handcrafted rocking chairs. I still have nightmares about that spinning chair and the tall figure that sat in it. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling those icy fingers on my face. The circular mark it left on my bed frame came with us to the new house. I've tried sanding it out, but it always reappears. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear the faint sound of wood scraping against wood, spinning and spinning in an empty room. Story 10. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to tell someone about what happened in my childhood home and the disturbing revelation my mom dropped on me just a few days ago. It's been haunting me since. For context, I grew up in a detached suburban house in Springfield with my parents, Claire and Michael, and my younger sister, Sophie. It was a pretty standard two-story home in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing that would scream haunted house to anyone passing by. We had a good childhood there, but there was always this one thing that bothered us. Since I can remember, we would hear footsteps upstairs when we were all downstairs together. Not just random creaks or house-settling noises, actual deliberate footsteps that sounded exactly like someone pacing back and forth in the hallway between our bedrooms. You could track the movement perfectly. Starting near my parents' room, walking past my room, past Sophie's room, pausing near the bathroom, then turning around and repeating the path. The rhythm was always the same, always steady. It was like clockwork. The first time I really remember noticing it, I was maybe 6 or 7. We were all downstairs watching a movie on a Sunday afternoon. I remember it was winter because we had this thick fleece blanket spread over all of us on the couch. Right in the middle of the movie, I heard it. Footsteps directly above us, moving in that now familiar pattern. I remember looking up at the ceiling, then at everyone else. Nobody reacted. "Mom, who's upstairs?" I asked. I remember how my dad tensed up and how my mom just smiled like nothing was wrong. "Oh, honey, that's just the noise from the neighbors traveling through the pipes. Houses make all kinds of noises." Even at that age, I knew something was off about that explanation. We didn't have attached neighbors. Our house was detached on all sides, with decent yard space between us and the next homes. But when you're a kid and your parents tell you something with confidence, you tend to believe them. As we grew older, Sophie and I would exchange looks whenever we heard the footsteps. Sometimes we'd whisper about it when our parents weren't around. "Do you hear that?" "Yeah, it's doing it again." But we never pushed our parents too hard on it. I think deep down, we were afraid of the real answer. The footsteps weren't constant. Sometimes weeks would pass without hearing them. But they always came back, usually when we were all together as a family. Movie nights, dinner times, holiday gatherings, those were the prime times for our invisible walker to make an appearance. What was strange was how the footsteps never seemed threatening. They were just there, methodical, purposeful, like someone on a mission, but never in a hurry. The pattern rarely changed, always that same path, that same rhythm. It became such a normal part of our home life that we'd sometimes just pause conversations briefly when the footsteps were overhead, then continue when they faded or turned around. Sophie and I both had our fair share of nightmares growing up. Mine usually involved being chased by something I couldn't see, while Sophie would wake up crying about an old woman standing at the foot of her bed. Our parents were always quick to comfort us, to tell us monsters weren't real, and to leave our nightlights on. But they never connected these nightmares to the footsteps, at least not openly to us. Fast forward to last week. I'm 28 now, and after years of apartment living, I finally saved enough for a down payment on my first house. It's not much, but it's mine. My mom came with me to view some properties, and we were walking through this cute little townhouse. "I like this one," I told her as we explored the second floor. but I hope the walls are thick enough that I don't hear the neighbors walking around all the time." I didn't think anything of the comment, but my mom froze. She had this look on her face, like someone had just dumped ice water on her. We finished the tour in awkward silence, and it wasn't until we were in the car that she finally spoke up. "Emma, I need to tell you something about our old house." I could feel something was coming, something big. My stomach tightened as she pulled into a coffee shop parking lot instead of driving home. "The footsteps in our house," she started, her hands gripping the steering wheel even though the car was now parked. "They weren't coming through pipes from neighbors." I remember just staring at her, not surprised exactly, but feeling a strange validation. I'd always known that explanation was bullshit. "Your father and I, we heard them too, all the time. We just didn't want to scare you girls." She took a deep breath before continuing. "Do you remember your grandmother Evelyn, Dad's mum? I barely remembered her. She died when I was about 4 and Sophie was just 2. I had vague memories of a tall woman with silver hair who smelled like peppermint and would read us stories. Grandma Evelyn lived with us for a while before she passed. She had a habit." Mum's voice became quieter. "She would pace the upstairs hallway every night when you girls were going to sleep. She said it helped you both settle down. Back and forth, always the same path. She'd do it until she was sure you were both asleep." I felt goosebumps rising on my arms as she continued. "After she died, about a month later, that's when the footsteps started. Your father noticed it first. He was home alone, and he heard someone walking upstairs. He thought someone had broken in, so he grabbed a baseball bat and went up to check. But there was nobody there." Mom's eyes were glistening now. The weird thing was, he said he wasn't scared. He recognized the pattern immediately. It was his mother's walk, the same pace, the same path she always took when she was alive. He said he just stood there in the hallway, listening to invisible footsteps moving around him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. For 20 years, my parents had hidden this from us. "Why didn't you tell us?" I demanded, feeling a mixture of vindication and betrayal. "You and Sophie were already having nightmares," Mum explained. "You'd wake up talking about monsters and shadows. Sophie kept seeing an old woman in her room. We were afraid that if we confirmed something supernatural was happening, it would make your fears worse. So we made up the story about the pipes." I sat back in my seat, memories flooding back. All those times we'd heard the footsteps, all those dismissive explanations, all those nightmares. "Dad actually found it comforting," Mum continued, surprising me further. "He missed his mother terribly. When the footsteps started, he said it felt like she was still looking after you girls, still making her rounds to make sure you were sleeping safely." I remembered how my father would sometimes smile slightly when we heard the footsteps, how he never seemed bothered by them. It made sense now. "So all those years, we had a ghost?" I asked, the word feeling strange in my mouth. Mom nodded slowly. "I don't know what else to call it, but it never felt malevolent. It was just present, always doing the same thing, always following the same pattern. Your father believed it was Evelyn, still trying to take care of her grandchildren. That's why we never made a big deal about it. That's why we never moved, even when we could have afforded a bigger place. I thought about Sophie's nightmares about the old woman at the foot of her bed. Had that been our grandmother all along? Not some horrific specter, but a vigilant guardian." "Does Sophie know?" I asked. Mom shook her head. "You're the first one I've told. I figured since you're buying your own place now, you deserve to know the truth about our home. When I got back to my apartment that night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I called Sophie and vaguely asked if she remembered the footsteps from our childhood home. Her immediate response was, "You mean the ones Mom and Dad said were coming through the pipes? Yeah, of course I remember. That was such obvious bullshit." We laughed about it, but I didn't tell her what Mom had revealed. That felt like Mom's story to tell her. That night, I lay awake thinking about our grandmother pacing the hallway, watching over us. I wondered if she'd been there all along, not just as footsteps, but as the presence Sophie had seen in her room. Had she been watching us grow up, silent except for her faithful pacing? The most unsettling part is that I've been staying with my parents this week while finalizing my house purchase. Last night we were all downstairs watching TV, me, Mom, Dad and Sophie, who had come over for dinner. In the silence between scenes, we heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps overhead, moving in that familiar pattern. Dad just smiled slightly. Mom reached over and squeezed his hand. Sophie and I exchanged glances, and I could tell from her expression that she knew now too. Nobody said anything. We just listened to the steady rhythm of our grandmother's footsteps, still walking the same path after all these years, still watching over her family. I close on my new house next week. It's a single-story ranch-style home. I told myself that was because I preferred the layout, but deep down, I know the real reason. I don't want to hear footsteps above me when I know I'm all alone, but part of me wonders, was Grandma Evelyn tied to that house or to our family? Will she find me in my new home? And if she does, will I hear her footsteps even without an upstairs for her to pace? I guess I'll find out soon enough. Story 11. I never wanted to write this down, but I can't sleep tonight, and maybe putting it all out there will help. I've been carrying this for almost 60 years now, and the memories still make my hands shake as I type this. It was 1965, when I found what seemed like the deal of a lifetime. I'd been searching for months for a home big enough for my growing family, and the Victorian mansion on Hawthorne Hill appeared like a miracle. The realtor seemed overly eager to close, practically pushing papers in my face while nervously checking his watch. But at that price? For a 4,200-square-foot historical beauty in West Hills? I wasn't asking questions. The house sat just below the famous Pittock Mansion, with these breathtaking views that made me feel like I'd finally made it in life. 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a massive kitchen, and this gorgeous oak staircase that curved up to the second floor. It even had a finished attic space and a 2-car garage, all for about 60% of what it should have cost. I remember that first day, standing in the driveway with the keys in my hand, feeling like the luckiest man alive. The house had this presence to it, stately, imposing, with those tall windows that seemed to watch me as I approached. The dark wood trim around the doors and windows was intricate, carved with little flourishes that you just don't see in modern homes. The realtor mentioned it was built in the 1920s by some local businessman who'd made it big in textiles. I'd been in the house for exactly 3 days when the knock came. 2 men in suits, standing on my porch with badges. FBI. My heart nearly stopped. What could they possibly want with me? They asked to come inside, and we sat in the living room with its heavy curtains and massive fireplace. Mr. Mercer, the older agent said, we wanted to inform you about certain events that occurred in this property. His partner kept looking around, studying the walls, the ceiling, the doorways. The previous owners didn't disclose this, but there was a death here. A woman was found in the garage about 8 months ago. The case was ruled a suicide, but certain inconsistencies kept our office interested. I felt sick. What kind of inconsistencies? The agents exchanged glances. Nothing we can discuss at this time, but we wanted you to be aware in case you encounter anything unusual. After they left, I sat in that living room for hours, the sunset casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. A death in the house. That explained the price, the realtor's nervousness, the way the neighbors stared when I moved in. Speaking of neighbors, within the first week, an elderly woman from down the street brought over a casserole and what felt like a lifetime supply of gossip about the previous owners. The Hendersons, she called them, though I later learned that wasn't their real name. According to her, they threw these wild parties that kept the whole neighborhood up. Fancy cars would line the driveway, and strange deliveries came at all hours. They owned that restaurant in town, she whispered, leaning close. Henry Fields. Never ate there myself. Something not right about those people. I thanked her for the casserole and changed the subject, but over the next few months, other neighbors dropped similar hints. The house had a reputation, it seemed. One neighbor even asked me if I'd found anything in the walls yet, then laughed like he'd made a joke when I looked confused. For the first few years, though, the house was just a house. Big, drafty, with pipes that knocked and floors that creaked. My first marriage ended in '72. Nothing to do with the house, just two people growing apart. I kept the house in the divorce since my ex-wife wanted nothing to do with it. She always said it felt off to her, but I chalked it up to her justifying moving across the country. Then I met Rebecca in '73. Beautiful, warm, funny Rebecca. We married in '74, and that's when things changed. It started with dreams. Rebecca would wake up gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat. At first, she wouldn't tell me what she'd seen, just curl against me until her breathing steadied. But after the third night in a row, she finally opened up. "There's someone watching me sleep," she whispered. "A man. But not a man, more like a shadow, but dense, like smoke that's somehow solid. He stands at the foot of the bed, and then he floats right above me, like he's studying me." I tried to comfort her, saying it was just a nightmare, but the look in her eyes... "James, you don't understand. I can still see him after I wake up. He's still there, hovering until you stir. Then he... God, this sounds crazy. He sort of melts into the ceiling." I didn't believe her. Not really. Not at first. But the episodes kept happening, about twice a week. Always the same. Rebecca waking up terrified, describing this shadow man watching her. I started keeping a baseball bat under the bed, which soon graduated to an axe. I've never been violent, couldn't even kill spiders in the bathroom, but something about that house made me feel like I needed serious protection. Then one night in early '75, I saw it too. I'd gotten up to use the bathroom and was heading back to bed when I noticed Rebecca's face contorted in what looked like pain. Standing over her, or rather floating above her, was exactly what she'd described. A humanoid shadow, darker than the darkness around it, somehow three-dimensional despite having no features I could make out. It was bent over her, its head inches from her face. I froze. My mouth opened to scream, but nothing came out. The thing slowly turned toward me, though it had no discernible face. Just this sense of awareness, of malevolence. Then Rebecca stirred, and the thing vanished, not like it ran away, but like it dissolved into the air. The next morning, Rebecca confirmed she'd had the dream again. When I told her I'd seen it too, she broke down sobbing with relief that someone finally believed her. We started experimenting, trying to figure out what triggered these appearances. It took months of terrifying nights and sleep deprivation, but we discovered something bizarre. The shadow man only appeared when certain doors in the master hallway were left unlocked. Our house had this strange hallway off the master bedroom. It connected to a bathroom, a second bedroom we used as a study, and had access to what we thought was an attic storage space. Each door had these old skeleton keys, not matching, each one unique to its lock. When we left any of these doors unlocked, the visits would happen. Lock them all, and we'd have peace. This made no logical sense, but it worked. We developed a nightly ritual of checking every lock, testing every door. Rebecca started sleeping better, and for a while, we thought we had it under control. Then my sister-in-law came to stay with us for a week in the summer of '76. We gave her the guest room across from the study and forgot to warn her about the locks. On her second night, the whole house woke to her screams. She came flying out of her room, hysterical, describing the exact same shadow figure hovering above her. After that, we warned all guests, but the entity seemed to have particular interest in women. When we hired a live-in nanny in 1977 to help with Rebecca's new baby, she lasted exactly 6 nights before quitting. My daughters from my first marriage refused to sleep over after their 16th birthday parties, though they never told me exactly why until years later. All 3 of them had seen the Shadow Man on separate occasions. We should have moved, I know that now, but the housing market had tanked. And with a new baby and medical bills from Rebecca's difficult pregnancy, we were stuck. So we adapted. We kept those doors locked. I installed extra deadbolts. We never used the attic space or the far corner of the garage, the areas that seemed to attract the most activity. One day in 1978, I was home alone, fixing a leaky pipe in the basement, when I heard footsteps overhead. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, pacing back and forth in the hallway with the locked doors. I called out, thinking maybe Rebecca had come home early from her mother's. No answer. The footsteps continued, now moving to the stairs. I grabbed my wrench and stood at the bottom of the basement steps, heart pounding. The footsteps reached the basement door. The knob turned. I raised the wrench, ready to defend myself. The door opened, but no one was there. Just darkness, deeper than it should have been in the middle of the day, and a smell, like old meat and something chemical I couldn't identify. Then the darkness receded, the door slammed shut, and I was alone again. I ran upstairs and checked every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. Nothing. But all those carefully locked doors in the hallway, every single one standing open. After that, I became obsessed with the house's history. I spent weekends at the county records office, the library, talking to long-time residents of the area. What I found disturbed me more than the Shadow Man himself. The house hadn't been built in the 1920s like we'd been told. The original structure dated back to 1887, but had been almost completely rebuilt after a fire in 1924. The restaurant the previous owners supposedly ran, Henry Field's. It had been shut down in a police raid in 1963 for being a front for prostitution. And the woman who died in our garage, her case had never been officially closed. Most disturbing of all, I found records of at least 7 other deaths connected to the house since its reconstruction. All women, all ruled suicide or accident. All found in either the garage or the attic space. The FBI agents had never come back, and when I tried contacting them through their office, I was told no agents had been assigned to any case involving my address. The business cards they'd given me led to disconnected numbers. We lived with the haunting for 5 more years. 5 years of nightmares, locked doors, and this constant crawling dread. Rebecca developed anxiety so severe she had to be medicated. I started drinking too much. Our marriage suffered, though we never blamed each other. We blamed the house. We finally sold in 1983, taking a massive financial hit just to be free of the place. The new owners were a young couple with no children, excited about their Victorian fixer-upper. I wanted to warn them, but what could I say that wouldn't sound insane? I left them the skeleton keys with a note about the importance of keeping those specific doors locked at night, framing it as a quirk of old houses and drafts. 20 years later, my son from my second marriage took his new wife on a drive past my old homes, including the house on Hawthorne Hill. Curious, they stopped and introduced themselves to the current owners. Not the couple we'd sold to, but someone who'd bought it in the late 90s. During the brief tour, my son noticed something odd. That hallway with the locks, it had been completely remodeled. The attic access was gone, walled over as if it had never existed. When he asked about it, the owner became uncomfortable, mumbling something about structural issues and quickly changing the subject. Before they left, the owner's wife pulled my son aside and asked, "Did anyone in your family ever see anything unusual in the master bedroom?" When he hesitated, she nodded like his silence was answer enough. "We sealed up that part of the house for a reason," she said. "Some spaces aren't meant to be opened." I'm an old man now, and I've never spoken publicly about what happened in that house. But sometimes I dream about those locks, those doors, and what might have been behind them. Not just a shadow, but something worse. Something that had been trapped there long before we arrived, and might still be there now, waiting behind newly built walls, biding its time. And sometimes, when I'm between sleep and waking, I swear I can feel a weight on my chest, a darkness deeper than darkness hovering just above me. A visitor from Hawthorne Hill, reminding me that some doors once opened can never truly be closed again. Story 12. This place was like stepping into a time machine. Seriously. Pineville, Tennessee seemed frozen somewhere in the 1980s. Churches everywhere you looked, Baptist ones specifically. The high school literally had a cemetery in the front lawn. Who does that? It felt like I'd landed on another planet where everyone knew the rules except me. For the first few months, I kept to myself. Being the new girl in a town where everyone had known each other since birth wasn't exactly easy. These people had their cliques formed in kindergarten. I stuck out like a sore thumb with my Doc Martens and band t-shirts in a sea of girls who dressed like they were auditioning for a country music video. Then I met Dee Dee in my English class. She wasn't like the others. She had this quirky style and didn't seem to care what people thought. We bonded over our shared love of horror movies, which wasn't exactly the most popular interest in a town where watching anything rated above PG-13 might as well be a sin. Soon enough, I was spending most of my free time at Dee Dee's house. Her mom was cool, the kind who'd make us snacks while we binge-watched The Shining or The Exorcist in their basement. Sometimes we'd stay up all night talking about everything and nothing. It was the first time since moving that I felt like I actually belonged somewhere. Yesterday started like any other Saturday. I went over to Dee Dee's around noon, planning to hang out and maybe watch some movies. When I got there, Dee Dee was weirdly excited about something. "You collect old dolls, right?" she asked as soon as I walked through the door. I nodded. I've always had a thing for antique porcelain dolls. Something about their history fascinates me. Back in Colorado, I had a small collection displayed in my room. My parents thought it was weird, but whatever. I've always been drawn to things with a past. "You have to see my grandma's collection," Dee Dee said, practically bouncing with excitement. "Mom's been cleaning out the spare bedroom closet, and I totally forgot they were in there." I followed her upstairs to their spare bedroom. It was mostly used for storage, boxes stacked in corners, old clothes hanging in the closet. Dee Dee's mum was there, sorting through some stuff. "Hey, Madeline," she said when she saw me, "Dee Dee wants to show you Grandma's dolls, huh?" She opened the closet door wider and pointed to a shelf near the top. There they were, about a dozen porcelain dolls arranged in a line, covered in a thin layer of dust. Some were missing parts, a finger here, a chip there, but most were in decent condition, considering their age. "These have been in here for years," Dee Dee's mom explained, as she carefully took them down one by one. "They belonged to my mother. She collected them from all over." Two dolls immediately caught my attention. The first was blonde with bright blue eyes, wearing a blue and white dress with little lace details around the collar. The fabric was faded, but still beautiful. The craftsmanship was impressive. You could tell it was made when people took pride in these things, but it was the second doll that really drew me in. She sat in a tiny wooden rocking chair, permanently attached to it. She had curly blonde hair and wore a simple white nightgown. Her eyes were this deep shade of green that seemed to catch the light in a weird way. Something about her seemed different from the others, more real somehow. I reached out to touch the rocking chair doll, and I swear Dee Dee's mum flinched. "Be careful with that one," she said, her voice suddenly tense. "It's special." I looked up at her, confused. "Special how?" Dee Dee and her mum exchanged this look I couldn't quite read. "Grandma always said it was haunted," Dee Dee finally said with an awkward laugh. "That's why we keep it in the closet." I rolled my eyes. Seriously, it's just a doll. I know it sounds ridiculous, Dee Dee's mum said, but my mother was adamant about it. Said she'd hear it rocking at night sometimes, or find it in different positions than she'd left it. I picked up the doll and examined it more closely. The craftsmanship was incredible, probably early 1900s based on the style. The rocking chair was hand-carved oak with tiny details etched into the arms. It's the uncanny valley effect, I explained, running my finger along the doll's porcelain cheek. It's a psychological thing. When something looks almost human, but not quite, it makes people uncomfortable. That's why dolls and mannequins creep people out. Dee Dee's mom raised her eyebrows, looking impressed. Well, aren't you the expert? Most girls your age would be freaking out at the idea of a haunted doll. I shrugged. I've been collecting these since I was 10. You get used to them staring at you. Something shifted in Dee Dee's mom's expression then. She looked at me with new eyes, like she was seeing something different. You know what? She said suddenly. Why don't you take them? Both of them. Mom, really? Dee Dee looked surprised. Sure, her mom continued. They're just collecting dust here. Madeline obviously appreciates them more than we do. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Antique dolls like these weren't cheap. Are you serious? I couldn't possibly... I insist, she cut me off. They need someone who understands them. The way she said it sent a tiny shiver down my spine, but I brushed it off. Free antique dolls? Hell yes. Just one thing, Dee Dee's mom added, her tone growing serious. If you ever need to get rid of the rocking chair doll for any reason, don't throw it away or give it to anyone else. Bring it back to us. I laughed. Okay, that's not weird at all. Just humor me, she said, not laughing back. Sure, whatever. I promise. She wrapped both dolls carefully in old towels and put them in a shopping bag for me. The rest of the day went normally. We watched movies, ate too much popcorn, talked about school drama. But every now and then, I'd catch Dee Dee and her mom exchanging these strange glances when they thought I wasn't looking. By the time I headed home around 9, I'd almost forgotten about the dolls in the bag I was carrying. My parents were already in bed when I got home. Dad had an early shift at his new job, and Mom always crashed early on weekends. I went straight to my room and unwrapped my new treasures. I placed the blue-dressed doll on my bookshelf next to my other collectibles. For the rocking chair doll, I decided to give her prime position on my nightstand. Something about those green eyes was so captivating. I positioned her so she faced toward the center of the room rather than directly at my bed. Even I have my limits. Then I got ready for bed, scrolling through social media for a while before finally turning off my lamp around midnight. I'm not sure exactly when I fell asleep. All I know is that I woke up sometime in the middle of the night and immediately knew something was wrong. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. It felt like there were weights pressing down on every inch of my body. My eyes were open, but I couldn't turn my head. I couldn't even scream. My breath came in short, panicked bursts through my nose. Sleep paralysis. I'd read about it before, but never experienced it. The rational part of my brain tried to remain calm, reminding myself that it was just a weird brain-body disconnect that happens sometimes during sleep. Nothing to panic about. It would pass. Then I realized what I was staring at. The rocking chair doll was facing me directly now, those green eyes locked with mine in the dim moonlight coming through my window. I tried to convince myself I'd just forgotten which way I'd positioned her, but I knew I hadn't. As I stared, unable to look away, I started to hear something. At first it was so faint I thought I was imagining it, the soft creak of a rocking chair, but it grew louder, more insistent. The sound seemed to fill my room until it was all I could hear. Creak, creak, creak. The doll hadn't moved, not visibly, but those eyes. They looked alive now, alert, aware. Then came the laughter. Children's laughter, not one child, but many. Overlapping giggles and cackles that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It echoed off the walls, reverberating through my skull. until I felt like my head would split open. I wanted to scream. I wanted to thrash around, throw the covers off, grab that damn doll and smash it against the wall. But I couldn't move. I couldn't even close my eyes. The laughter grew louder, more manic. The rocking sound accelerated until it was just a continuous, frenzied rhythm. And those eyes kept staring, staring, staring. I felt like they were looking straight through me, into me, like they could see every fear, every vulnerability. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Eventually, the paralysis broke with a sudden jolt, like being shocked awake from a nightmare. I gasped for air, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might bruise. The laughter stopped instantly. The rocking stopped. My room was silent except for my ragged breathing. Without taking my eyes off the doll, I reached over and turned on my lamp with trembling fingers. The sudden light made me squint, but I forced myself to look at the nightstand. The doll sat there exactly as I remembered positioning it, facing away from the bed toward the center of the room. Its blank, painted-on expression revealed nothing. The rocking chair was still. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Sleep paralysis often comes with hallucinations. That had to be it. Just my brain playing tricks on me. Still, I wasn't taking any chances. I got out of bed on shaky legs and turned the doll to face the wall. Then I grabbed a t-shirt from my dresser and threw it over the whole thing for good measure. No way was I looking at those eyes again tonight. I didn't sleep. How could I? I sat up in bed with every light in my room turned on until dawn crept through my curtains. By the time morning fully arrived, I'd convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis combined with an overactive imagination. The power of suggestion, right? Dee Dee and her mom had planted the idea of a haunted doll in my head, and my brain ran with it. But I still wrapped that doll back up in the towel the minute the sun came up. I texted Dee Dee first thing. "Need to talk to you about the doll. Can I come over?" Her reply was immediate. "Yeah, Mum's making breakfast. Come now." I didn't even bother changing out of my pajamas. I just threw on a hoodie, grabbed the wrapped-up doll, and practically ran the 3 blocks to Dee Dee's house. Her mom answered the door, taking one look at my face and the bundle in my arms before silently stepping aside to let me in. Dee Dee was sitting at the kitchen table, and when she saw me, she didn't look surprised at all. "I need to give this back," I said, placing the wrapped doll on the table. Dee Dee and her mom exchanged that look again, the same one from yesterday. Not surprise, recognition. "What happened?" Dee Dee's mom asked, though her tone suggested she already knew. I told them everything, the sleep paralysis, the eyes, the rocking, the laughter. As I spoke, I realized how crazy it all sounded. I expected them to laugh, to tell me I'd just had a nightmare. They didn't. "It always starts with sleep paralysis," Dee Dee's mom said quietly. "That's how it gets to you when you're most vulnerable." I stared at her. "What do you mean, it?" "It's a doll." She shook her head slowly. "Whatever's attached to it, then. You gave me a doll you knew was haunted." I couldn't keep the accusation out of my voice. "We didn't know for sure," Dee Dee jumped in. "Grandma always said it was, but we never experienced anything with it. We thought maybe it was just her being superstitious." "Then why keep it in the closet?" I demanded. Dee Dee's mom sighed. "Better safe than sorry, I guess. But when you handled it so confidently, talked about the uncanny valley and all that, I thought maybe Grandma was wrong, or maybe it only affected certain people." "Well, congratulations," I said bitterly. "It affected me." "I'm sorry," she said, and she really did look it. "I should have listened to my mother. What happens now? Do I need to be exorcised or something?" I was only half joking. "No, you'll be fine now that it's gone," she assured me. "The attachment is to the doll, not to you." "How can you be so sure?" I pressed. She unwrapped the doll and looked at it for a long moment. because this isn't the first time we've given it away, and it always finds its way back. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. What about the other doll? The one in the blue dress? That one's fine, Dee Dee said. It's just a regular doll. I nodded, relieved I didn't have to get rid of both. Then a thought occurred to me. Why do you keep it? If you know it's whatever it is, why not destroy it? Dee Dee's mom looked genuinely alarmed. Destroying it would be worse, much worse. Grandma tried that once, took an axe to it after it scared her half to death. The next night, every single piece was back on her dresser, assembled perfectly, and the nightmares she had after that. She shuddered visibly. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know. So you're just, keeping it? Passing it around to unsuspecting people until it freaks them out enough to bring it back? We didn't intentionally... Dee Dee started, but I cut her off. I know. I'm not blaming you. This is just a lot to process. We sat in silence for a minute, all staring at the doll in its tiny rocking chair. Those green eyes looked so innocent now in the bright kitchen light. What was the laughter? I finally asked. The children's laughter I heard? Dee Dee and her mom looked at each other again. It was Dee Dee who answered. Grandma said they were the other children who'd been taken. Taken? By what? Dee Dee's mom put a hand on her daughter's arm, silencing her. It doesn't matter now. It's over for you. You won't hear the laughter again. I wanted to press for more information, but something in her expression stopped me. There was fear there, real fear, and something else, a warning. I left shortly after that, feeling shaken and exhausted. The blue-dressed doll is still on my bookshelf. Sometimes I think I should return that one too, just to be safe, but it's been perfectly normal. It's been less than 24 hours since all this happened. I didn't sleep at all last night, even with the rocking chair doll gone. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the faint echo of children laughing. I keep telling myself it's just the memory, not the real thing. It has to be. I've researched sleep paralysis extensively today. I understand the science behind it. The disconnect between brain and body during REM sleep. The hallucinations that can accompany it. The feeling of a presence in the room. But science can't explain how the doll turned to face me when I distinctly remember positioning it the other way. Science can't explain why Dee Dee and her mum weren't surprised at all by my experience. And science definitely can't explain what Dee Dee meant about children who'd been taken. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that I'll never look at a porcelain doll the same way again. And sometimes, when the house is completely quiet, I swear I can still hear the faint, distant sound of a tiny rocking chair creaking back and forth. Story 13. I still have trouble sleeping some nights. It's been over a decade since I last saw him, but the memory is burned into my mind like a brand. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone else has seen him too. I was 11 when my dad got a job transfer to Ravencrest. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone's business, tucked away in the mountains with more trees than people. The house we moved into was this massive Victorian place that my dad got for dirt cheap. 3 stories, with these weird turrets and gables that made it look like something from a Gothic novel. The realtor kept emphasizing what a unique opportunity it was, which should have been our first red flag. We'd been there about 2 weeks when Mrs. Hensley from next door brought over a casserole and finally told us what nobody else would. 3 people had been murdered in our house back in the 80s. A family, mother, father, and teenage son. The killer had hidden their bodies in the attic. They weren't found for 6 years, not until the next owner went up there to fix a leak and found, well, you can imagine. When I asked my parents about it that night, Dad just shrugged it off. Every old house has a history, Ollie. Doesn't mean it's haunted. Mom seemed more concerned, but didn't want to spook me. We got it for a steal because of those silly rumors, she said, ruffling my hair. People in small towns get superstitious. I tried to be brave about it. I mean, I was 11, old enough to know that ghost stories were just that, stories. But I couldn't shake this feeling whenever I was alone in the house, like I was being watched. I'd be doing homework or playing video games and suddenly feel this intense need to look over my shoulder. Of course, there was never anything there. Then came that first night. I'd spent all day exploring the creek behind our property with some neighborhood kids. We'd caught frogs, built a makeshift dam, and hiked until my legs felt like jelly. By bedtime, I was exhausted and fell asleep almost instantly. I don't know what woke me up. There wasn't any noise that I remember. Maybe it was that feeling you get when someone's staring at you. I just suddenly opened my eyes and knew it was midnight because the old-fashioned alarm clock on my nightstand had both hands pointing straight up. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. I tried to sit up, but my body wouldn't respond, not one muscle. It was like I was pinned to the mattress by some invisible force. My breath came in shallow gasps. I couldn't even scream. The moonlight coming through my window cast long shadows across my room. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized one of those shadows wasn't a shadow at all. There was someone, something, standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, impossibly tall. Its head nearly touched my ceiling, which had to be at least 7 feet high. It wore what looked like an old-fashioned suit, black and formal, like something from the Victorian era. But what I remember most clearly was the top hat. Enormous and perfectly black, it added another foot to the figure's already towering height. I couldn't make out a face, just darkness where features should have been, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its gaze like ice water trickling down my spine. I tried desperately to call for my parents. My bedroom was right next to theirs. If I could just make a sound, any sound, they would come. But my voice was gone, trapped somewhere in my frozen chest. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes, rolling down my temples and into my hair. I was completely helpless. The thing just stood there, watching. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. I kept thinking it would do something, reach for me, speak, move closer, but it remained perfectly still. That was almost worse than if it had attacked me. The waiting, the not knowing what it wanted. Then, without any movement I could detect, it was gone. One moment it filled my field of vision, and the next nothing but darkness. I gasped like I'd been underwater, sucking in great lungfuls of air. My voice returned in a rush, and I screamed for my parents. I screamed until my throat hurt. They came running, of course, Mom in her flannel nightgown, Dad with a baseball bat. They found me huddled against my headboard, shaking and sobbing. I told them everything, the figure, the top hat, how I couldn't move or speak. Dad checked every closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Mom sat with me, stroking my hair, telling me it was just a bad dream. Nobody could have gotten in, Ollie, Dad said finally, looking troubled. All the doors are locked, windows too, and nobody that tall exists, kiddo. It wasn't a dream, I insisted. He was right there. I was awake. They exchanged that look parents have when they're worried but don't want to show it. Mom suggested I sleep in their room for the rest of the night. I didn't argue. For weeks afterward, I slept with my desk lamp on. I made Dad install a lock on my bedroom door. I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare, triggered by finding out about the murders. That's what the child psychologist my parents took me to said, anyway. Children process trauma through dreams, she explained, not to me, but over my head to my parents. The history of the house is weighing on his subconscious. Life went on. We settled into Ravencrest. I made friends, joined the soccer team, found my place at school. The incident faded from everyday conversation, though my parents still sometimes asked if I was sleeping okay. The house no longer felt threatening during daylight hours, though I never went into the attic. Ever. 5 years passed without incident. I turned 16, Dad got promoted again, and we moved to an even bigger house on the other side of town. This one was newer, built in the 1950s. No tragic history, no local ghost stories. Just a spacious, slightly outdated mansion with 3 acres of land. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, with a bathroom attached and windows overlooking the backyard. The first few months there were completely normal. I was busy with high school, trying out for the baseball team, learning to drive. The new house had a game room in the basement where I spent most of my free time playing on my PlayStation with friends. Then came a Friday night in October. I'd stayed up late gaming, grinding through levels of this new RPG I was obsessed with. By the time I finally shut everything down, it was after 1 a.m. I stumbled upstairs, brushed my teeth, and collapsed into bed. I don't know how long I slept before something woke me. At first, I thought it was my phone vibrating, but it wasn't that. It was whispering and breathing, coming from the corner of my room near the closet. My blood turned to ice water. I knew before I even opened my eyes what I would see. Somehow, I knew. Just like before, I couldn't move. My limbs felt like they were filled with concrete. My chest barely rose and fell with each shallow breath. I forced my eyes open, and there it was. The same tall figure in the same top hat, standing motionless in the corner, watching me. "No," I managed to whisper, my voice a pathetic croak. "You're not real. You can't be here." The figure remained silent, but this time it seemed closer somehow, like it had taken a step toward my bed while I wasn't looking. I squeezed my eyes shut. This isn't happening. This is a nightmare. I'll wake up and it'll be gone. But when I opened my eyes again, it was still there. And it was definitely closer now, halfway between the corner and my bed. Its height seemed even more impossible in my new bedroom with its vaulted ceiling. The top hat nearly brushed against my ceiling fan. Something heavy settled on my chest, making it even harder to breathe. It wasn't the figure's hand, it hadn't moved again, but an invisible weight, like someone had placed a sandbag on my sternum. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. I was going to pass out. In desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I prayed. Not out loud. I still couldn't speak above that pathetic whisper, but in my head, I prayed harder than I ever had before. Please, God, make it go away. Please don't let me die. Please. I don't know if it was the prayer or just luck, but the next time I forced my eyes open, my room was empty. The weight lifted from my chest. I sat bolt upright, gasping and coughing. My shirt was soaked with sweat, plastered to my skin like I'd gone swimming in it. I lunged for the light switch and flooded my room with brightness. Every shadow, every dark corner suddenly seemed threatening. I turned on my TV, my computer, even the light in my bathroom. I wasn't going back to sleep, not in the dark, not after what I'd seen. When morning finally came, I staggered downstairs to find Dad making coffee. One look at my face, and he sat me down at the kitchen island. "What happened?" he asked quietly. I told him everything, the paralysis, the figure, the top hat. How it had happened in the old house, too. How it had followed us here. I expected him to dismiss it again, to tell me it was just a recurring nightmare. Instead, he set down his coffee mug and looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. "The night you saw that thing when you were 11, he said slowly. "I felt something too." I stared at him. "What?" "I woke up about midnight. Had this feeling like something was wrong in the house. I almost got up to check on you, but then your mom stirred, and I didn't want to wake her for what was probably nothing." He rubbed his face. "Then you screamed, and we ran in, and you told us about the man in the hat. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence, that I'd had some kind of parental intuition because you were having a nightmare. Why didn't you tell me? I demanded, angry now. All these years you let me think I was crazy. I didn't want to scare you more, he said helplessly. What good would it have done? We couldn't exactly move right away, not with my job, and I didn't have any proof, just a feeling. I wanted to yell at him more, but what was the point? We couldn't change the past. So what do we do now? I asked instead. He didn't have an answer. The thing came back about once a month after that, always at night, always when I was alone, always the same ritual, the paralysis, the watching, the crushing weight on my chest. I tried sleeping with lights on, with music playing, with my door locked and a chair propped under the handle. Nothing made a difference. I became obsessed with researching similar experiences. I found accounts of sleep paralysis that matched some of what I felt, but none of those stories mentioned a specific figure that came back repeatedly. I read about shadow people, but those descriptions never included the formal clothes or the top hat. My grades started slipping. I quit the baseball team. I developed insomnia because I was terrified to sleep. My parents took me to doctors who prescribed sleeping pills that only made the episodes worse because I couldn't wake up from them. They sent me to more therapists who suggested everything from meditation to hypnosis. Nothing helped. Then, when I was 17, my parents got divorced. Mom couldn't take living in Ravencrest anymore, though she never said if it was because of what was happening to me or other problems in their marriage. She moved us to her sister's place 3 states away while the divorce was finalized. That first night in my aunt's guest room, I lay awake waiting for the familiar dread to settle over me, but it never came. I slept through the night for the first time in over a year. The thing, whatever it was, didn't follow us to our new home. It stayed in Ravencrest. I'm 28 now. I've got my own place, a decent job, a relatively normal life. But I've never gone back to Ravencrest, not even to visit Dad. He comes to see me instead. I've never told anyone else the full story until now. Sometimes I wonder about the family that was murdered in our first house. I wonder if the figure I saw had something to do with them. Was it the killer, one of the victims, or something older and darker that had been in that house long before any of them? I don't have answers. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still get that feeling of being watched. My body tenses, waiting for the paralysis to set in. It never does. But the fear is always there. And I never, ever wear hats. Story 14. Ubim. I've been putting off writing about this for years. Every time I think about telling someone, I talk myself out of it. Who'd believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, especially after what happened last week. Some of you might think I'm making this up or that I need professional help. Maybe I do. But everything I'm about to share is 100% real, and I swear on everything I care about that I'm not exaggerating. I bought my house in Millfield's historic district about 4 years ago. It's a charming 1920s bungalow with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and those quirky architectural details you don't see in modern homes. The price was surprisingly reasonable, which should have been my first clue that something was off, but I was too excited about owning a piece of local history to question it. The layout is pretty standard for these old homes: living room and dining room up front, kitchen in the back, and a long, narrow hallway, about 10 feet, connecting to the bedrooms and bathroom. Not exactly spacious by today's standards, but perfect for me, my husband Mark, and our cat Jasper. For the first couple of months, everything was normal. We were busy unpacking, painting, and making the place our own. It wasn't until around the 3rd month that I started noticing something. I was alone at home that afternoon, sorting through some boxes in the master bedroom when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned toward the hallway expecting to see Jasper, but instead saw what looked like a dark silhouette of a person, just standing there. By the time my eyes focused properly, it was gone. I brushed it off as exhaustion from all the unpacking, but over the next few weeks I kept seeing it. This dark figure, always in that hallway, always just at the edge of my vision, never making a sound, never approaching, just watching. I didn't tell Mark at first. I didn't want him thinking his wife was losing it. But then, one night, while we were watching TV, he suddenly sat up straight and stared toward the hallway. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice tense. My stomach dropped. "See what?" "I thought I saw someone standing in the hallway." That was the beginning of what we eventually came to call the Shadow Man. Not very original, I know, but it perfectly described what we were seeing. A human-shaped shadow that seemed to pace our hallway at random times, day and night. The thing that freaks me out the most, looking back, is how quickly we normalized it. Within a few weeks, we'd gone from being terrified to casually saying things like, "Shadow Man's active today," or, "Did you notice the Shadow Man watching you fold laundry? It never did anything threatening, never came into our rooms, never made any noise, just walked back and forth in that hallway or stood in doorways watching us." It sounds creepy as hell writing it out like this, but somehow, in our day-to-day life, it became almost ordinary. About 6 months in, we decided to rearrange the living room. Our TV had been against the wall opposite the couch, but we moved it to the wall adjacent to the hallway entrance. That's when things got weirder. My sister Kate came over for dinner one evening. We were all sitting on the couch watching some reality show when she suddenly whispered, "Eleanor, there's someone in your hallway." Mark and I exchanged glances. We hadn't told anyone about our Shadow Man. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "I keep seeing someone standing there," she said, pointing to the hallway entrance. "Like a dark figure. Is that a decoration or something?" That's when we knew it wasn't just our imagination. Over the next few months, every single person who visited our home for more than an hour eventually commented on it. My mom asked if we had a roommate. My friend Jason thought someone had broken in. Mark's co-worker jumped up mid-conversation, convinced someone was eavesdropping on our dinner party. Each time, we'd explain our Shadow Man theory. Some visitors thought we were playing a prank. Others got legitimately scared and wouldn't come back. A few were intrigued and wanted to know more. The weirdest part, everyone described seeing exactly the same thing. A dark, human-shaped figure, just solid enough to notice, but vague enough that if you weren't looking for it, you might miss it. And everyone agreed that while unsettling, it didn't feel malevolent. It was just there, watching. I researched the history of our house, of course. Found out it was built in 1924 by a banker named Howard Mills, who lived there until his death in 1965. After that, it changed hands several times. No tragic deaths, no murders, no obvious reason for a haunting. The previous owners, an elderly couple who'd lived there for 20 years, had moved to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. When I tracked them down and called, yes, I got that desperate. They seemed confused by my questions and insisted they'd never experienced anything unusual. Last Tuesday, though, everything changed. I was home alone. Mark was on a business trip, and I'd taken the day off work because I had a terrible cold. I spent most of the morning dozing on the couch, drifting in and out of sleep, while some home renovation show played on TV. Around 2 p.m., I woke up fully, feeling that distinct sensation of being watched. I turned toward the hallway, and there he was, our Shadow Man. But something was different. He seemed more solid somehow, more present. Usually, if I looked directly at him, he'd fade away or retreat down the hallway. This time, he stayed put. I sat up, suddenly very awake. "Hello?" I said, immediately feeling ridiculous. In 4 years, I'd never tried to speak to it. The Shadow Man didn't respond, of course, but he also didn't disappear. He just stood there, a dark silhouette against the cream-colored wall. Curiosity overrode my fear. I slowly stood up, keeping my eyes on the figure. He remained still. I took a tentative step toward the hallway, then another. The shadow man didn't move. When I reached the edge of the living room, about 5 feet from the hallway entrance, the temperature dropped noticeably. Not the dramatic plunge you see in horror movies, but enough that I could feel the change, like walking past an open refrigerator. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What do you want?" Still nothing, but I swear he seemed to be facing me directly now, even though the shadow had no discernible features. I took another step forward, now just 3 feet from the hallway entrance. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't exactly scared. After 4 years of coexistence, this felt more like finally confronting a shy roommate. That's when things got truly weird. The shadow moved, not back down the hallway as usual, but toward me. Just 1 step. Then it stopped again. I froze, suddenly rethinking my bravery. In all these years, the Shadowman had never approached anyone. He'd always maintained his distance, staying within the confines of that hallway. "Stay there," I said firmly, as if talking to a dog that might jump on me. "That's close enough." To my shock, the shadow took another step forward. It was now standing right at the threshold between the hallway and living room, a boundary it had never crossed before. I backed up, stumbling against the coffee table. "Don't," I said, my voice cracking. The temperature dropped further. I could see my breath now, clouding in front of my face. The shadow remained at the threshold, not advancing further but not retreating either. That's when I noticed something else. The shadow was changing shape, not dramatically but subtly stretching, growing taller. The silhouette that had always been roughly my height now seemed to reach almost to the ceiling. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, thinking I'd call Mark, or maybe even 911, though what I'd tell them I had no idea. As soon as I touched my phone, the lights flickered, just once, but enough to make me jump. When I looked back at the hallway, the shadow man was gone. Not just retreated down the hall, but completely gone. I checked the entire house, turning on every light, looking in every corner. Nothing. For the rest of the day, I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of our old house. The shadow man didn't reappear. Mark came home the next day, and I told him everything. He was concerned but skeptical that anything had really changed. "Maybe you were feverish," he suggested. "You said you were sick." I wanted to believe him, but something had definitely shifted. The shadow man hasn't appeared since that day. Not to me, not to Mark, not to any visitors. It's been a week now, the longest he's ever been absent since we moved in. I should be relieved, right? The weird shadow person that haunted our hallway for 4 years is gone. Problem solved. Except I don't feel relieved, I feel watched. Not just in the hallway anymore, but everywhere. In the kitchen when I'm making coffee, in the bathroom when I'm showering, in the bedroom when I'm trying to sleep. Last night I woke up around 3 a.m. That feeling of being observed so intense that it pulled me from deep sleep. The bedroom was dark, except for the dim glow of the streetlight filtering through our curtains. I rolled over, expecting to see Mark, but his side of the bed was empty. Bathroom break, I figured. I was about to close my eyes again when I noticed our bedroom door was open. We always sleep with it closed because Jasper has a habit of jumping on our faces at dawn. That's when I saw it, a shadow darker than the surrounding darkness, moving slowly across our bedroom wall. Not in the hallway, in our room. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The shadow drifted across the wall like smoke, formless at first, then gradually taking shape. That same human silhouette we'd grown accustomed to seeing in the hallway. I heard the toilet flush, the bathroom door open, Mark's footsteps in the hallway. The shadow on our bedroom wall dissipated instantly. Mark came in, closed the door behind him, and climbed back into bed. "You okay?" he mumbled, noticing I was awake. I couldn't tell him. Couldn't put into words the certainty I felt that our shadow man hadn't left at all. He'd simply moved beyond the hallway, expanded his territory. This morning, I found Jasper staring into empty corners, his tail puffed up, back arched. He's never done that before. He's always been completely unbothered by the Shadow Man. I don't know what changed last Tuesday, why the Shadow Man approached me, why he's now apparently able to leave the hallway. All I know is that our passive observer doesn't seem content just watching anymore. I'm typing this from a coffee shop downtown because I can't stand being in that house right now. I haven't told Mark I'm not going back tonight. Haven't figured out how to explain that the Shadow Man feels different now. That for the first time in 4 years, I'm truly afraid of what might be living with us. So that's my story. I'm not asking for advice, really. Just needed to tell someone who might understand. Has anyone else experienced something similar? A presence that changed its behavior after years of predictability? I keep wondering if I somehow provoked it by speaking to it, by approaching it. Or worse, what if it was always capable of moving beyond that hallway and was just biding its time, watching, waiting, learning our routines? Whatever the Shadow Man is, I don't think it's content to be just an observer anymore. Story 15. I've debated posting this for years. It's not exactly something I talk about with people because, well, they think I'm making it up or I was just a kid with an overactive imagination. But I swear on everything I care about that what happened at my grandmother Catherine's apartment was real. And it still messes me up to this day. For some background, my parents split up when I was 4. It was a messy divorce, and my mom needed help with childcare while she was getting back on her feet. So my sister Victoria, who's 3 years older than me, and I would stay at my grandma's apartment in Northshire pretty regularly. It's this small coastal town where fog rolls in most evenings, especially in fall and winter. The kind of place where everything feels a little muted and grey. Grandma Catherine lived in this older apartment building, probably built in the 60s or 70s. Nothing fancy, just a typical 2-bedroom place with that weird popcorn ceiling and outdated wallpaper. What made her apartment unique was this frosted glass door that separated the living room from the hallway that led to the bedrooms. You could see shapes and shadows through it, but not details. The first time I saw him was about 2 weeks after we started staying there. I was trying to fall asleep in the spare bedroom, the one furthest down the hall. The layout matters here. From the bed, I could see through the open bedroom door down the hallway, all the way to that frosted glass door. I remember it was raining that night. I could hear it tapping against the window, and the street lamp outside was making these weird shadow patterns on the wall. I was having trouble sleeping because everything felt unfamiliar. Then I saw it. A dark figure standing at the end of the hallway, just a shadow through that frosted glass door. At first, I thought it was Grandma getting a midnight snack or something, but the shape didn't move. It just stood there, perfectly still. I remember holding my breath, waiting for it to move. It didn't. It was just watching. I pulled the covers over my head and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told Grandma about the Shadow Man in the hallway, and she got this weird look on her face. She brushed it off, saying I probably saw her bathrobe hanging on the door or something. But then it happened again and again, always the same. This tall, broad-shouldered figure standing completely still at the end of the hallway, sometimes for minutes, sometimes longer. I started thinking maybe it was Grandpa watching over us. He had died the year before when I was 3, and I barely remembered him. It was comforting, in a way, to think he was checking on us. Then one night, while Grandma was in the kitchen making hot chocolate, I mentioned this to Victoria. "I think Grandpa visits sometimes," I said. "I see him standing in the hallway at night." Victoria's face went white. She put down her coloring book and looked at me with this expression I'll never forget. pure recognition mixed with fear. "You see him too?" she whispered. That's when she told me something that still makes my skin crawl. She had seen the same shadow figure years earlier when our grandfather was still alive. They had both seen it. Whatever was standing in that hallway wasn't Grandpa. After that conversation, I became hyper-aware of the shadow man. I'd wake up in the middle of the night just to check if he was there. About half the time he was. Always in the same spot, always completely still. Victoria and I started experimenting. We'd whisper to Grandma that we needed to use the bathroom, then rush to open the frosted glass door to catch whatever was on the other side. Every single time, the hallway would be empty. The figure would vanish instantly the moment anyone approached the door. But there was always this cold spot at the end of the hallway, right where the shadow always stood. Even in summer, when the apartment was stuffy and warm, that one spot was freezing cold. You could literally feel the temperature drop as you walked through it. Grandma Catherine never directly acknowledged what was happening, but I noticed she'd never go down that hallway alone at night. She'd turn on all the lights first, or ask one of us to come with her. I think she knew something wasn't right, but didn't want to scare us more than we already were. Then came that night. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was 7 by then. We were staying the weekend while Mom was working a double shift at the hospital. Victoria had fallen asleep on the couch watching TV, and Grandma decided to let her stay there rather than wake her. I was alone in the spare bedroom. It was foggy that night. I remember looking out the window earlier and barely being able to see the streetlights. The fog made everything muffled, like the apartment existed in its own little bubble, separated from the rest of the world. Grandma tucked me in around 9 p.m. I remember her kissing my forehead and turning on the small nightlight shaped like a turtle that she'd bought specifically for my visits. She closed the door most of the way, leaving it open just a crack like I preferred. I was almost asleep when I felt it, that sensation of being watched. My eyes snapped open, but I didn't move. The room felt different. Heavier somehow. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper than they should have been. That's when I felt the breathing. It was right behind me. Heavy, rhythmic breathing. I could feel warm air on the back of my neck with each exhale. At first I thought Grandma had come back to check on me. Maybe she was sitting on the edge of the bed behind me. But something felt wrong. The breathing was too regular, too intentional. "Grandma," I whispered, not turning around. The breathing continued, uninterrupted. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest so hard it hurt. I convinced myself I was imagining things, that it must be Grandma. So I slowly rolled over. There was nobody there, but the breathing didn't stop. It was still right next to my ear, so close I could feel the warmth, but there was nothing visible. The door was still closed exactly as Grandma had left it. I froze, completely paralyzed with fear. The breathing continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. Then it just stopped. The pressure in the room lifted, and I could move again. I bolted out of that room faster than I'd ever moved in my life. I ran to the living room, tears streaming down my face, and leapt onto the couch with Victoria. I wouldn't go back to that bedroom. I couldn't explain what happened. Not really. Just kept saying, someone was breathing on me. Victoria held me while Grandma tried to calm me down, saying it was just a nightmare. But I know what I felt. It wasn't sleep paralysis or a dream or my imagination. Something was in that room with me, something I couldn't see. After that night, I refused to sleep in that bedroom again. I'd rather sleep on the floor of the living room than go back there. Mom thought I was being dramatic, but Grandma never pushed the issue. She'd make up a bed for me on the couch without question whenever I stayed over. What's really weird is that even after that terrifying experience, we still saw the shadow figure through the frosted glass. It never felt threatening exactly, just watching. always watching and always disappearing when anyone tried to investigate. As I got older, the overnight stays at Grandma's apartment became less frequent, but whenever I visited, I'd still occasionally catch a glimpse of the shadow man at the end of the hallway. The cold spot never went away either. Even when I was a teenager, I'd instinctively speed up when walking through that part of the hallway. Grandma Catherine passed away when I was in college. The family had to clean out her apartment, and I remember dreading going back there. Victoria came with me. She understood. We both felt it as soon as we walked in. That sense of being observed, the weight of unseen eyes. As we were packing up the living room, I caught movement through that frosted glass door. The familiar dark silhouette standing motionless at the hallway's end. Victoria saw it too. I could tell by the way her hands froze mid-task. "Should we?" I started to ask. She nodded, and together we approached the door. For the first time in all those years, we opened it slowly, instead of rushing to catch whatever was there. The hallway was empty, of course, but as we walked to the spot where the figure always stood, we both hit that familiar cold pocket of air. It was even more intense than I remembered, like walking into a freezer. We stood there for a moment, neither of us speaking. That's when the strangest thing happened. The cold intensified for just a second, almost painful against my skin, and then dissipated completely. The hallway felt normal. The heaviness that had permeated the apartment lifted, like a window had been opened and fresh air was rushing in. Victoria felt it too. "It's gone," she whispered, and somehow I knew she was right. Whatever had been watching us all those years was finally leaving. Maybe it was tied to the apartment, or to Grandma, or to something else entirely that we'll never understand. But it felt like a farewell. We finished cleaning out the apartment that day, and I've never been back to that building. But this experience fundamentally changed how I see the world. Victoria and I don't talk about it much, but sometimes one of us will call the other late at night and just say, "I was thinking about Grandma's hallway." That's all we need to say. I don't know what was in that apartment with us. I don't know why it watched us, or why it breathed on me that night, or why it finally left when Grandma died. Some things don't have explanations, I guess. But I know what I experienced was real. The shadow man, the cold spot, the breathing, all of it happened. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep in my own home, I still catch myself looking for shadows through frosted glass, and feeling for cold spots as I walk down my hallway. Story 16. I've worked night shift at the paper mill in Westport for almost a year now. If you're not familiar with Florida's Panhandle, it's nothing like Miami or the tourist spots, just small towns, lots of trees, and the Gulf. My shift runs from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m., and I'm usually completely drained afterward, covered in paper dust and smelling like chemicals. That night started like any other. I clocked out around 1:15 a.m. and headed to my car, a '67 Firebird convertible that I've been restoring for years. It's my baby. As I was walking through the parking lot, I noticed it was especially dirty from the construction they'd been doing near the mill entrance. The whole passenger side was coated in this fine, reddish dust. I decided to stop at the 24-hour car wash on Old Port Road. It's this rundown place about 3 miles from the mill, tucked behind an abandoned gas station. Not the nicest spot, but it's the only place open that late. And I didn't want that dust sitting on my paint job overnight. When I pulled in around 1:30 a.m., the place was completely deserted. No surprise there. Who washes their car at that hour? The car wash has 4 bays, but only 2 were working, with those flickering fluorescent lights that give everything a sickly blue tint. I pulled into the far bay and fed a $10 bill into the machine. I did a quick pressure wash first, watching the reddish mud slide off my car, then decided to vacuum the interior while the exterior dried. The vacuum station was between the bays, one of those industrial strength ones that sounds like a jet engine when it's running. I was leaning into the passenger side, using my phone flashlight to see better while vacuuming the floorboard, when something changed. It's hard to explain, but the air felt different, heavier. Like when a thunderstorm is about to break, but more intense. The hairs on my arms stood up. I had this overwhelming sensation that something was watching me. Not like when you think someone might be looking at you. This was a certainty, like when you can feel someone standing right behind you. My entire body went rigid. I stood up slowly, still holding the vacuum hose. I remember my hand was sweating around the plastic grip. I turned around, expecting to see some tweaker or maybe a homeless person who'd wandered in from the woods behind the car wash. What I saw instead made me freeze completely. About 15 feet away, near the entrance to the bay behind mine, was something. I hesitate to call it a person because it wasn't, not even close. It was roughly human-shaped, but stood about 7 feet tall. The thing wasn't standing on the ground, it was hovering, floating maybe 2 feet above the concrete, and it was completely black. Not like a person wearing dark clothes, but like a hole cut into reality, a shadow given form. The entire figure appeared solid, but was covered in what looked like television static, like when you'd lose signal on an old TV and get that black and white fuzz, except this was all across its body. The strangest part was around its edges. Something like electricity or static energy was arcing around its outline. Not shooting outward like lightning, but circling the figure's perimeter, tracing its shape continuously. I couldn't make out any facial features or clothing. It was just this black, static-filled silhouette of a person, hovering there, facing me directly. The vacuum was still roaring in my hand, but I couldn't hear anything from the figure. No breathing, no movement sounds, nothing. Just this silent, watching presence. What strikes me most, looking back, is that I wasn't terrified. I should have been. This defied everything I understood about reality, but instead, I felt this strange calm, like when you're hiking and come across a deer or fox that's watching you. There's tension, awareness, but not terror. We just acknowledged each other. I'm not sure how long we stood there. Probably only 10 or 15 seconds, but it felt much longer. I had this distinct feeling it was studying me, observing with curiosity rather than malice. Then, still holding the vacuum, I slowly reached down and grabbed my phone from the car seat. When I straightened back up, the figure was still there, motionless. I remember thinking clearly, it's not going to hurt me, it's just watching. I calmly turned off the vacuum, hung it back on the holder, and gathered my wallet and keys from the car's dashboard. Not rushing, not making any sudden movements. I walked around to the driver's side, opened the door, and glanced back to where the figure had been. It was gone. Completely. I looked around the entire car wash, but there was no sign of it. No movement in the shadows, no strange lights, nothing. Just an empty, run-down car wash at 1:45 in the morning. I got in my car and drove straight home. I wasn't panicked. I didn't speed or keep checking my rear-view mirror. I just felt different, like something fundamental had shifted in my understanding of the world. When I got home, I sat in my driveway for a long time, trying to process what I'd seen. I've spent weeks in the wilderness, encountered bears, navigated through storms. I know how the mind can play tricks when you're tired or stressed. This wasn't that. What I saw was real. The next night, I went back to the car wash at the same time. Then, the night after that. I've gone back at least 20 times over the past months, hoping to see it again to confirm I wasn't hallucinating. It never reappeared. I've spent countless hours researching similar experiences online. I've read about shadow people, but they're usually described as malevolent or threatening. This wasn't like that. The static effect and the energy around it doesn't match any account I've found. The closest descriptions come from people who claim to have seen interdimensional beings or observers. I've told only 2 people about this, my brother and my closest friend. My brother thinks I was half asleep and imagined it. My friend believes me, but thinks it was probably ball lightning or some atmospheric phenomenon. Neither explanation feels right. I still work the night shift. I still stop at that car wash occasionally. And I still find myself scanning empty spaces, looking for that static-filled silhouette. Not out of fear, but because that brief encounter showed me there's more to our reality than I ever imagined. I don't think it was a ghost or demon or alien in the conventional sense. It felt more like a watcher, something from elsewhere that was just as curious about me as I was about it. Like we were two beings from different planes of existence that briefly occupied the same space. What bothers me most isn't the encounter itself, but that I can't explain it. I've always been able to understand things through logic and experience. This defies both. It's like having a word on the tip of your tongue that you can never quite recall. This constant, nagging awareness that something extraordinary happened, but I have no framework to properly process it. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I get that same heavy feeling in the air, that sensation of being observed. I'll look in my rearview mirror, expecting to see that static-filled silhouette in my back seat, but there's never anything there. I'm not writing this looking for answers. I don't think there are any, at least not ones we can understand with our limited perception. I'm sharing this because I need to put it somewhere outside my own head, because carrying around an experience that completely rewrites what you thought was possible gets heavy after a while. I still don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, not in the traditional sense, but I do believe there are layers to our reality that we rarely glimpse. Things that exist alongside us, watching, observing, maybe from another dimension, maybe from somewhere else entirely. Whatever I saw that night at the car wash wasn't malevolent. It wasn't there to harm or frighten me. It was just curious, a watcher. And sometimes, in quiet moments, I can still feel its attention, not constantly, but occasionally, like it's checking in on me from wherever it exists. I doubt I'll ever see it again. I doubt I'll ever understand what it was. But that brief encounter changed something fundamental in how I see the world. Not in a religious or spiritual way, but in recognizing that the universe is stranger and more complex than we can possibly comprehend. The static-filled observer of Westport Car Wash. Sounds like a local legend, except no one else has ever reported seeing it. Just me, a tired paper mill worker with engine grease on his hands and a vacuum cleaner in his grip, having a silent conversation with something from beyond our understanding of reality. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching other unsuspecting people at odd hours in forgotten places. And sometimes, when the night is especially quiet, I wonder if it remembers me too. Story 17. I still remember everything about that last night I spent with Lily before my family moved. It's been 18 years, but I can recall it like it happened yesterday. We were both 8 years old, best friends since kindergarten, and my parents had just dropped the bomb that we were moving across the country for my dad's new job. I was devastated. My mom arranged one final sleepover at Lily's house in our neighborhood in Oakwood. It was a pretty normal suburban place. You know, the kind with matching mailboxes and moms who gossip at the bus stop. Nothing creepy or unusual about it. That day, we did all our favorite things together. We rode our bikes to the playground, got ice cream from the truck that always came around at 3 p.m., and Lily's mom let us make our own pizzas for dinner. I remember putting way too many olives on mine, while Lily stuck to just cheese. We watched The Princess Diaries for probably the 100th time, painted each other's nails, and stayed up way later than we should have, whispering about how we'd still be best friends forever, even though I was moving. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up needing to pee. Lily was fast asleep next to me on her bed, snoring lightly like she always did. I carefully climbed over her, trying not to wake her up. Their house was familiar to me. I'd been there hundreds of times, But everything looks different in the dark, you know. I remember standing at her bedroom door for a second, getting my bearings. The bathroom was just across the hall. The nightlight in the hallway was on, casting this dim bluish glow that barely illuminated anything. I opened Lily's door as quietly as I could, wincing at the slight creak it made. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was Lily's dad, maybe going to get water or something. But within seconds I realized this wasn't right. It was, I don't even know how to describe it. A shadow, but not like a normal shadow that's cast by something. This was a shadow that was moving on its own, human-shaped but wrong somehow, too tall, too thin. It was gliding down the hallway toward Lily's parents' bedroom. I froze. My hand was still on the doorknob. I couldn't even breathe. The thing didn't make any sound at all. No footsteps, nothing. It just moved. And there was this feeling, like the air got heavy and cold. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was still half asleep and seeing things. When I looked again, it was gone, just vanished. The hallway was empty. I stood there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would wake everyone up. I didn't need to pee anymore. I was too scared. But I also didn't want to be alone. I backed up into Lily's room and shut the door as quietly as I could, then practically dove back into bed. "Lily," I whispered, shaking her shoulder. "Lily, wake up!" She groaned and rolled over. "What?" I was sleeping. "I saw something in the hallway," I said, voice shaking, like a shadow person or something. That got her attention. She sat up, suddenly wide awake. "What do you mean?" I described what I'd seen and the weird feeling that came with it. Instead of laughing or telling me I was making it up, Lily got really quiet. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. "The house has been weird lately," she whispered. "Mom and Dad have been fighting about it. Dad says he keeps feeling like someone's watching him, and Mom says she can't find things where she put them. And my little brother won't go in the basement anymore. He says there's a tall man down there." "But your brother is only 4, I said, hoping that meant his imagination was just running wild. "I know, but I've been feeling it too, like—" She paused, looking around her room as if checking that we were alone. "Like something's here that shouldn't be, like the house isn't ours anymore." I remember getting goosebumps all over my arms. We huddled closer together under her My Little Pony blanket. "How long has this been happening?" I asked. "About a week?" "It started after Dad brought home that weird old mirror he found at the yard sale on Maple Street. He put it in their bathroom. Mom hates it." Before Lily could say anything else, her bedroom door swung open. Both of us yelped. It was Lily's mom, her face looking tired and annoyed in the glow of the hallway nightlight. "Girls, it's after 2 in the morning. Why are you still awake? Did you get up, Sophia?" I nodded, not wanting to talk about what I'd seen. Something told me she wouldn't believe me. "Well, get back to sleep right now. It's late, and Sophia's parents are coming early to pick her up." "But Mom," Lily started. "No buts. Go to sleep, now." Her voice had that adult tone that meant no arguing. She stood there until we both laid down and pulled the covers up, then closed the door a little harder than necessary. We whispered for a few more minutes, but Lily's mom's footsteps hadn't gone back to her room. I think she was standing in the hallway, listening to make sure we went to sleep. Eventually we did, with Lily holding my hand under the blanket. When morning came, everything seemed normal again. Sunlight poured through Lily's yellow curtains. Her mom made pancakes, and her little brother was running around with his toy trucks like usual. I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. As my parents loaded my overnight bag into our car, I hugged Lily goodbye. "Don't forget to write to me about, you know," I whispered in her ear. She nodded, looking serious. The first few weeks after we moved, Lily and I exchanged letters like we promised. Kid stuff mostly. What our new schools were like, the friends we were making. I kept waiting for her to mention something about the shadow or the weird feelings in her house, but she never did. About a month after we moved, I finally got up the courage to ask her directly. I wrote, "Did anything else happen with that shadow I saw at your house? Does your house still feel weird?" Her reply came 2 weeks later, and what she wrote has bothered me ever since. "I don't know what you're talking about. There wasn't any shadow at my house. Our sleepover was fun but normal. Maybe you had a nightmare." I was stunned. We had talked about it. She had told me about the strange atmosphere, her parents fighting, her brother refusing to go in the basement. How could she not remember? I wrote back immediately, reminding her of our whole conversation, telling her exactly what she'd said about the mirror her dad brought home. Her next letter was even more disturbing. "Sophia, are you making this up? We don't even have a mirror in my parents' bathroom. We never have. And I never said any of those things. Our house is just a normal house." I tried one more time, thinking maybe she was playing some kind of weird joke on me, but her response was the same. Complete denial. Eventually, I stopped bringing it up. Our letters became less frequent, and by middle school, we'd lost touch completely. Years later, when Facebook became a thing, I looked her up. We reconnected online, catching up on our lives. She'd stayed in Oakwood all this time. I considered asking her about that night again, but decided against it. Then, about 5 years ago, I was back in Oakwood for the first time since we moved, attending a cousin's wedding. On impulse, I drove through our old neighborhood. Lily's house looked the same, though with different colored shutters. I slowed down as I passed, and that's when I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a garage sale happening in the front yard, and propped up against the fence was a large, ornate mirror with a dark wooden frame. I pulled over and got out of my car before I could think better of it. An older woman was sitting in a lawn chair, watching over the sale items. "Excuse me," I said, pointing to the mirror. "Could you tell me about that mirror?" She looked at it and frowned. "Oh, that old thing. Found it in the attic when we moved in 10 years ago. Always meant to hang it somewhere, but honestly, it gives me the creeps. My husband says I'm being silly, but..." She shrugged, figured it was time to get rid of it. "The previous owners left it behind?" I asked, my mouth going dry. "Yes, the Petersons. Nice family, 2 kids. Left in quite a hurry, though. Neighborhood gossip was they had some kind of family emergency." The Petersons, Lily's family. "Did they say anything about why they were leaving?" The woman gave me an odd look. "No, but the little boy, he'd be a teenager now, I guess. He was absolutely terrified the day they moved out, screaming about not wanting to leave his toys for the tall man. Kids and their imaginations, right?" I stared at the mirror, feeling sick to my stomach. I could almost see something shifting in its reflection, though when I looked directly at it, there was nothing unusual. "Are you interested in buying it?" the woman asked. "I'd let it go cheap." "No," I said quickly. "No, thank you." I got back in my car and drove away, shaking. That night, I sent Lily a message on Facebook, asking if she remembered when her family moved out of their Oakwood house. She replied that they'd moved when she was 10, about 2 years after our sleepover, but didn't offer any details about why. I've never directly asked Lily about that shadow again. I don't know if something literally erased her memory of that night, or if she's blocked it out, or if she's just pretending not to remember because it scares her too much to acknowledge it. All I know is what I saw in that hallway was real. And whatever it was, I think it stayed with Lily's family for 2 years after I left. Sometimes I wonder if it's still attached to that mirror, waiting for its next home. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom, I still hesitate before opening my bedroom door, afraid of what might be gliding silently through the darkness on the other side. Story 18. I've never really told this to anyone outside my family. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little, but I need to get this out there, see if anyone else has experienced something similar. This happened about 7 years ago when I was 16. We lived in this suburban neighborhood called Willowdale, one of those places with perfectly trimmed lawns and neighbors who wave at each other while getting the mail. Our house wasn't anything special, just a regular two-story with a small balcony off the living room. My parents had bought it because of the school district, and we'd been there about 3 years without anything weird happening. That Saturday started like any other summer day. My parents had been planning this hiking trip for weeks, and they were trying to get me to come along. I made up some excuse about having a headache, but honestly, I just wanted the house to myself for once. My younger sister Emma and my brother Alex were going, so I'd have the whole place to myself for like 8 hours. As a teenager, that was basically paradise. After they left around 7 a.m., I just lounged around in my pajamas, eating cereal and watching terrible reality TV shows nobody needed to know I liked. Around 10, I decided to be somewhat productive and clean up a bit. I remember putting on music and dancing around while dusting, feeling totally free, knowing nobody was watching my awful dance moves. By noon, I'd cleaned the kitchen and vacuumed the living room. It was getting really bright and warm outside. One of those perfect summer days where the sky is so blue it almost hurts to look at. Our living room had this huge glass sliding door that led out to the balcony, and the sun was streaming in, making the whole room glow. I grabbed my book. It was some YA fantasy novel I was obsessed with at the time, and settled into this comfy armchair right by the glass door. The warmth of the sun felt amazing, and I remember thinking how perfect everything was at that moment. The house to myself, the sunshine, my book, and absolute quiet, except for the occasional bird chirping outside. I'd been reading for maybe an hour, completely absorbed in the story, when something changed. It's hard to explain exactly what happened first. The best way I can describe it is that the air suddenly felt different. Heavier somehow. At first, I thought maybe a cloud had passed over the sun, but when I glanced up, the sunshine was still pouring in, just as bright as before. That's when I felt it. This intense, prickling sensation all over my skin. It wasn't painful, but it was so sudden and strong that I actually looked down at my arms. Goosebumps had risen all over them, despite the warm sunlight I was sitting in. Then came this feeling, this absolute certainty that hit me like a truck. I wasn't alone. Someone or something was in the house with me. You know that feeling when you can just sense someone watching you? This was like that, but 1,000 times stronger. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me that something was wrong. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly raised my eyes from my book, looking toward the doorway that connects our kitchen dining area to the living room. And that's when I saw it. Standing in the doorway was a figure. I don't know what else to call it. It was definitely shaped like a person, tall, probably around 6 feet, with this wild, spiky hair that seemed to almost move on its own. The proportions were male, with broad shoulders and a lean build, but it wasn't a person. It was like a shadow, except solid somehow. The blackest black I've ever seen, like it was absorbing all the light around it. And this was happening in broad daylight, sunshine flooding the entire house. Yet this thing was absolutely, unmistakably there. The weirdest part, it didn't have a face, no eyes, no mouth, no features at all, just this blank, featureless shadow head. But despite that, I could feel it looking at me. I could sense its attention fixed directly on me, watching me intently. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just sat there, my book forgotten in my lap, staring at this impossible thing standing in my house. Time seemed to stretch and warp. I don't know if it was there for 3 seconds or 3 minutes. Then it moved. Just one step backward, back into the kitchen area, and it was gone. Not like it walked away. It was just gone, like someone had flipped a switch. I sat there frozen for what felt like forever, my heart hammering in my chest. Eventually, the fear of not knowing where it went became worse than the fear of potentially finding it. I had to see if it was still in the house. Slowly, I put my book down and stood up on shaky legs. My whole body was trembling as I forced myself to walk toward the doorway where it had been standing. I kept telling myself I was being stupid, that my imagination was playing tricks on me, that there was no way I had actually seen what I thought I saw. When I reached the doorway, I paused, gathering my courage before stepping through into the kitchen. Nothing. It was completely empty. The bright sunlight was streaming through the kitchen windows, illuminating every corner. There was nowhere something could hide, but then I felt it, a cold spot. Right there in the doorway, where the figure had been standing, the air was freezing cold. Like walking past an open freezer, the rest of the house was warm from the summer day, but this one spot was ice cold. I walked through it, shivering, and then back again. The cold patch was maybe 3 feet wide, exactly where it had stood. I backed away, my mind racing. What the hell was happening? I considered calling my parents, but what would I say? Hey, I just saw a shadow man in the house in broad daylight. They'd think I was making it up to get them to come home, or that I was going crazy. Instead, I went back to my sunny spot by the glass door. I figured if something was in the house, I'd rather be near an exit and in the brightest part of the room. I didn't pick up my book again. I just sat there, staring at that doorway, jumping at every little sound for the next few hours. When my family finally came home around 4 p.m., I nearly cried with relief. I didn't tell them what happened. I just said I wasn't feeling well and went to my room early. That night, I slept with my light on for the first time since I was a little kid. I convinced myself over the next few days that I had imagined it. Maybe I dozed off reading and had a weird waking dream. Maybe the sun had heated my brain too much. I came up with a dozen explanations, each more ridiculous than the last, but anything was better than believing what I had seen was real. For the next few years, I never mentioned it to anyone. I would get nervous sometimes being alone in the house, especially near that doorway, but I never saw the shadow figure again. Then, about 3 years ago, when I was home from college for Christmas break, my sister Emma and I were staying up late watching movies in my bedroom. We got to talking about the house and our childhood there. My parents had moved to a smaller place after I left for college. Somehow, we started sharing spooky stories, and without really planning to, I told her about what I'd seen that day. I expected her to laugh or tell me I was making it up. Instead, her face went completely white. She told me that when she was around 12, she'd been doing homework in the dining room when she noticed a strange shadow forming on the wall. At first, she thought it was just from the way the light was hitting something, but then it grew and took shape. The shape of a tall man with spiky hair. She said she ran from the room and never told anyone because she thought they wouldn't believe her. That was bizarre enough. But then she told me something that made my blood run cold. Apparently, both she and my brother Alex had experienced something else in that house. Multiple times, they had each heard what sounded like someone taking 3 slow, dragging steps from the kitchen toward the living room in the middle of the night. The steps would always stop abruptly, never continuing past that doorway, the exact spot where I had seen the figure. They had each experienced this separately, on different nights, when the rest of the family was asleep. They'd even made a pact to tell each other if they heard it again, thinking maybe one of us was sleepwalking. But they never caught any of us doing it, and eventually they just tried to ignore it. I've spent a lot of time thinking about what was in our house that day. I don't believe in ghosts, at least I didn't before this happened. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That cold spot was real. And now, knowing my siblings experienced things too, it's harder to dismiss. The thing that still gets me is that it appeared in broad daylight. Aren't ghosts or whatever supposed to come out at night? And why did it just stand there looking at me? What did it want? We don't live in that house anymore, and I've never experienced anything like it since. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the house gets quiet, I get that same prickling feeling on my skin. and I find myself looking toward doorways, half expecting to see that featureless shadow standing there, watching me with eyes I can't see. I still don't have any explanation for what happened that day. Maybe some things just don't have explanations. But I know what I saw, and now I know I wasn't the only one who experienced something in that house. That shadow man was real, and sometimes I still wonder if he's there in that house, standing in that doorway, waiting for the next family to move in. Story 19. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or the paranormal. In fact, I used to roll my eyes whenever my grandmother would tell those old-town superstitions about spirits and hauntings in Pinecrest. It all seemed like small-town folklore designed to make our boring little historic community seem more interesting. That changed last year, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. I'm sharing this because I need to get it off my chest. And maybe someone else has experienced something similar. It started with a senior year genealogy project for my History of Pinecrest class. We each had to trace our family's roots in the local area. Most of my classmates were excited because their families had these elaborate histories with connections to the town's founding. My family history seemed pretty ordinary in comparison, but my grandmother insisted we had deep roots here too. "You should visit the Old North Cemetery," she told me one evening as I sat at her kitchen table. "Your great-great-grandfather's grave is there, and so are several other relatives from that era." She scribbled down some names and directions on a notepad. "Take photos of the headstones. The dates will help with your timeline." My cousin Jake offered to come with me. He was a junior at my school and needed community service hours, so documenting a historic cemetery seemed like a good way to knock out two birds with one stone. We planned to go that Saturday morning. The cemetery was exactly what you'd expect from a small historic town. Old, slightly overgrown, with headstones dating back to the early 1800s. It sat on a small hill surrounded by pine trees, about 20 minutes outside of town. The wrought iron gate creaked when Jake pushed it open, and I remember feeling a weird chill despite it being a warm spring day. "This place is creepy," Jake said, glancing around nervously. "Let's find your relatives and get out of here." I had my grandmother's notes and a rough map of the cemetery layout. We wandered through the rows of weathered stones, some so old the inscriptions had nearly faded away. The whole time I couldn't shake this feeling of being observed. Not just by Jake, but by something else. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there. "Do you feel that?" I asked Jake after about 15 minutes of searching. "Feel what?" he replied, but his voice was tight and I could tell he was on edge too. "Like we're being watched," I said, immediately feeling stupid for saying it out loud. Jake hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, actually, since we got here, thought it was just me being weird." We finally found my great-great-grandfather's grave in the northwest corner of the cemetery. It was a modest headstone compared to some of the elaborate monuments nearby. I took several photos while Jake jotted down the dates and inscription details. As we worked, that sensation of being watched intensified. The air felt heavier, colder. The birds that had been chirping when we arrived had gone silent. I kept getting this crawling sensation up my spine, like when you know someone's staring at you from across a room. "Let's go," I said after we documented everything we needed. "I think we've got enough." Following my grandmother's instructions, I placed a small stone on top of the headstone, a sign of respect, she'd told me, and thanked my ancestor aloud. It felt weird talking to a grave, but I wanted to be respectful. "Thank you for helping us with our school project," I said quietly. "We'll be going now." The words had barely left my mouth when a gust of wind swept through the cemetery, rustling the leaves so violently it sounded almost like whispers. Jake grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his face pale. "It's just the wind," I said, but I didn't believe it. In that moment, the feeling of being watched had become so intense it was almost suffocating. It felt like something was standing right behind us, breathing down our necks. We practically ran back to my car. Neither of us spoke much on the drive home, but Jake finally broke the silence as I pulled into his driveway. That was weird, right? It wasn't just me? No, I admitted. It wasn't just you. I thought the uncomfortable feeling would fade once I was home, but it didn't. That night, lying in bed, I kept staring at my bedroom doorway that opened into the hallway. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was out there, watching me. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild after the cemetery visit. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Days passed, then weeks, but that feeling never fully went away. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with my heart racing, eyes fixed on my bedroom doorway. Sometimes I'd hear the floorboards in the hallway creak, as if someone was standing just outside my room. I started sleeping with my door closed and locked, something I'd never done before. About a month after the cemetery visit, my little brother Ethan, who's only 10, knocked on my door around midnight. "Liv," he whispered. "Can I sleep in here tonight?" I let him in, and he crawled into the beanbag chair in the corner of my room with his favorite blanket. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Bad dream?" He shook his head, eyes wide. "There's something in the hallway. It watches me at night." My blood ran cold. I hadn't mentioned anything about my experiences to him or anyone else in the family. How could he possibly know? "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know," he said. "I just feel it staring at me. It feels angry, like it doesn't want us here." After that night, Ethan started sleeping in my room regularly. We developed this routine where we'd say the Lord's Prayer together before bed, something neither of us had done since we were little kids in Sunday school. Our family isn't particularly religious, but it felt protective somehow. Those nights when we'd recite it, the presence in the hallway seemed to back off a little. The situation continued for months. I didn't tell my parents because I knew how it would sound. My mom would think I was being dramatic, and my dad would just check for logical explanations, like drafts or loose floorboards. The only person I considered telling was my grandmother, but I didn't want to worry her. As graduation approached, the presence seemed to weaken. I started sleeping better, and Ethan gradually returned to his own room. I thought maybe whatever had followed us home was finally leaving. I was heading to State University in the fall, and part of me was relieved I'd be moving out soon. Then came that morning in June, about 2 weeks after graduation. My parents had taken Ethan to his baseball tournament in the next county, and I had the house to myself. I decided to take a shower before meeting up with some friends. I was standing under the hot water, eyes closed, when the bathroom suddenly felt different. The air became heavy, oppressive. The steam from the shower seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. And that familiar sensation of being watched returned, but stronger than ever before. It felt like something was right there in the bathroom with me. I froze, water still running down my face. The temperature in the room seemed to drop despite the steam. My skin erupted in goosebumps, and I felt a weight pressing down on me from all sides, like I was being crushed. Slowly, I turned my head toward the shower door. The glass was fogged up, but through the distortion I could make out a tall, dark figure standing just on the other side. It was completely black, not like a person wearing dark clothes, but like a void in the shape of a person. And where its face should have been, 2 glowing red pinpoints of light stared back at me. I screamed. I've never screamed like that in my life. It felt like it was being ripped from my throat. The figure jerked backward at the sound, its movements unnatural and jerky, like bad stop-motion animation. Then it was gone. So quickly I almost doubted what I'd seen, but I knew what I saw. I turned off the water with shaking hands, grabbed a towel and ran to my room, dripping wet. I threw on whatever clothes I could find, grabbed my keys and phone, and raced out of the house. I didn't even lock the door behind me. I drove straight to my grandmother's house, shaking and crying the whole way. She took one look at me, hair still soaking wet, mismatched clothes, no shoes, and pulled me inside without a word. She sat me down at her kitchen table, made me a cup of tea with honey, and waited until I could speak coherently. When I finally managed to tell her what had happened, she didn't look surprised. She didn't tell me I was imagining things or ask if I'd been drinking or doing drugs. She just nodded slowly, her face grave. "A shadow person," she said quietly. "I've heard of them before." "What is it?" I asked. "Why is it in our house? Why is it following me?" She took my trembling hands in hers. "These entities, they feed on negative energy. Have there been more arguments in your house lately? More tension?" I thought about it and realized she was right. My mom and I had been fighting constantly in the months since the cemetery visit. Small disagreements would escalate into screaming matches over nothing. It wasn't like us at all. "Sometimes," my grandmother continued, "when we disturb certain places or connect with certain energies, we can attract attention. Not all spirits in cemeteries are benevolent, Olivia. Some are angry, trapped, or simply malicious. I should have warned you." "But all I did was take some photos and say thank you," I protested. "Sometimes that's all it takes," she replied. "An acknowledgement, an invitation, however unintentional." We called my parents from her house. I made up a story about seeing someone looking through our windows, not wanting to tell them the truth. They came home early from the tournament, and my dad checked the entire house while my mom called the police to report a potential prowler. I didn't go back home that night. I stayed at my grandmother's, and the next day she came over with sage, holy water, and prayers written on small pieces of paper. My parents humored her superstitions because they could see how genuinely terrified I was, even if they didn't understand why. The house cleansing seemed to help, but I never felt comfortable there again. I moved into my dorm room 2 months earlier than planned, claiming I wanted to take summer courses. I've only been back for brief visits since then, and I always stay at my grandmother's instead of sleeping in my old room. It's been almost a year now. I'm 19, finishing up my freshman year at State, and I still can't drive past my parents' house without feeling sick to my stomach. They're talking about selling the place and moving closer to my university, which I fully support. Ethan says the hallway feels normal again, but sometimes he still says the prayer before bed, just in case. My mom and I don't argue like we used to. It's like whatever was amplifying our negative emotions is gone. But here's the thing that still haunts me. I've seen those red eyes again. Not in the house, but in crowds sometimes. Just a brief flash in my peripheral vision that's gone when I turn to look. I feel it watching me occasionally when I'm alone in my dorm room late at night. I don't think it's attached to the house. I think it's attached to me now, waiting for the right moment, feeding on any negativity it can find. My grandmother says I need to stay positive, to surround myself with good energy and people who lift me up. Most days I manage to convince myself it was all in my head, but then night falls and I find myself staring at my dorm room door, unable to look away, feeling those eyes watching me through the darkness. And I know deep down that whatever followed me home from that cemetery is still with me, still watching, still waiting. I don't know what it wants. I don't know how to make it leave. All I know is that I should never have gone to that cemetery, and I should never have thanked someone who wasn't there to hear it. Or maybe they were there after all, and that's exactly the problem. Story 20. I've never been a big believer in paranormal stuff. Ghost shows, fun to watch but obviously fake. Those caught-on-camera videos, please. But something happened last summer that I still can't explain, no matter how many times I've gone over it in my head. It was just a normal Saturday in Mapleton, nothing special about the day at all. Me, Jamie, Brittany and Muriel had spent the afternoon at the mall, then decided to catch that new horror movie everyone was talking about. Looking back now, maybe watching a scary movie before what happened was some kind of weird cosmic joke. We were walking out of the theater around 9 p.m., laughing about how predictable the jump scares were, when Jamie's phone rang. I remember she glanced at it and said, "It's my mum," before answering with a smile that quickly disappeared. Her face went from happy to concerned in seconds. We all stopped walking and gathered around her. "Mom, slow down. What's happening?" Jamie's voice had this edge to it I'd never heard before. "Is Ariel okay?" The three of us exchanged looks. Jamie turned away from us, holding a finger to her other ear to hear better over the crowd in the theater lobby. "We'll be right there. Just stay with Ariel, okay? Don't go anywhere. We're coming right now." When she hung up, her face was pale. "Something's wrong at my house. My mom sounds freaked out. She wants us to come over right now." "What happened?" Brittany asked, already pulling out her car keys. Jamie shook her head. "I don't know. She was talking really fast. Something about shadows and Sammy going crazy. She sounded scared. Like, really scared. I remember feeling a chill, even though it was warm in the lobby." Jamie's mom wasn't the type to panic over nothing. She was this super calm, collected woman who I'd never even seen raise her voice. "Let's go," Muriel said, and we all hurried to Brittany's car. The drive to Jamie's house normally took about 15 minutes, but Brittany made it in 10. Nobody talked much on the way there. Jamie kept checking her phone, texting her mom for updates, but only got short, cryptic responses that made us all more nervous. Jamie's house was this big two-story place in a nice neighborhood with perfectly trimmed lawns and trees that made everything feel peaceful and safe. But when we pulled up that night, something felt off. The house looked the same as always. Porch light on, Jamie's mom's car in the driveway. But there was this weird feeling in the air, like the pressure had changed, or like when you know a storm is coming but the sky is still clear. We found Jamie's mom and her little sister Ariel sitting on the front steps instead of inside. That was the first red flag. It was a warm night, but not exactly sit-outside weather, especially at nearly 10 p.m. on a Saturday. Sammy, their golden retriever, was lying at their feet, looking more alert than I'd ever seen him. His ears were up, and he kept turning his head to look at the house behind them. "Mom, what's going on?" Jamie asked as we approached. The porch light cast weird shadows across everyone's faces. Her mom stood up, and I noticed her hands were shaking. "Thank God you're here," she said, hugging Jamie tight. "I didn't know who else to call." Ariel, who was only 12, looked like she'd been crying. She was petting Sammy with one hand and clutching her phone with the other, like it was a lifeline. "What happened?" Jamie asked again, looking between her mum and sister. Her mum took a deep breath. "I know this is going to sound crazy," she started, which is never a good way to begin a story. "But something is in the house." "Like an intruder?" Muriel asked, immediately looking around as if checking for broken windows. "No." Jamie's mom shook her head. "Not a person." The way she said it made my skin crawl. She wasn't saying it was an animal either. Jamie's mom explained that she and Ariel had been in the master bedroom, just hanging out and watching videos on Ariel's iPad. Sammy had been asleep at the foot of the bed when suddenly he jumped up and started barking like crazy at the wall. "Not just barking," Jamie's mum clarified. "He was growling in a way I've never heard before. His fur was standing up on his back." They tried to calm him down, thinking maybe he heard a neighbor outside or another animal. But he wouldn't stop. He kept staring and barking at this one specific spot on the wall, a completely blank wall with nothing there. "And then we saw it," Ariel spoke up, her voice small. "Saw what?" Jamie asked. "A shadow," Ariel said, "but it wasn't our shadows. It wasn't attached to anything." Jamie's mum nodded. It was like a dark spot on the wall, but it moved. It just sort of formed there while Sammy was barking, and then it slid up the wall and into the bathroom. I remember getting goosebumps when she said that. It sounded impossible, but the fear in her voice was so real. That's not all, she continued. The moment that shadow moved, the curtain in the bathroom, the one that's secured to the rod at the bottom so it doesn't move, it just shot upward with this loud bang. And then, she hesitated. Then we heard crying, Ariel finished, like someone was in the bathroom crying, but not normal crying. It sounded wrong. We all stood there in silence for a second. I was trying to process what they were saying, looking for some rational explanation. Maybe a draft had moved the curtain. Maybe the pipes were making weird noises. "Did you check the bathroom?" Brittany asked. Jamie's mom nodded. There was nothing there, but the feeling in the house. She shuddered. It feels heavy inside, like something is pressing down on you. I didn't want to go inside. None of us did. But we couldn't just leave them out there all night, and Jamie's mom was adamant that she wasn't imagining things. "Let's go in together," Jamie suggested. "Safety in numbers, right?" As soon as we stepped through the front door, I knew something was wrong. The air felt thick, almost hard to breathe. It was colder inside than it should have been, even with the AC running, and there was this smell, not strong but noticeable, like wet dirt or old leaves. Sammy stayed close to our legs, his tail down, which was unusual for him. He was normally this super-friendly, bouncy dog who would run around greeting everyone. We stood in the living room, all looking around as if expecting to see something. But everything looked normal. The TV was off. The furniture was where it always was. Nothing out of place. Maybe it was just... Brittany started to say. But Jamie's mum cut her off. "No, I know what we saw. I've lived in this house for 15 years, and nothing like this has ever happened before." She suggested we form a prayer circle, which seemed like an odd request coming from her. She wasn't particularly religious, at least not that I'd ever noticed. But we all agreed, forming a circle in the middle of the living room, holding hands. "Everyone close your eyes," Jamie's mom instructed. "Don't open them until we're finished praying." I closed my eyes as she began to pray, asking for protection and for whatever presence was there to leave. I'm not religious myself, but standing there holding Muriel's sweaty hand on one side and Jamie's cold one on the other, I found myself silently adding my own plea for this weirdness to end. About halfway through the prayer, I felt this overwhelming urge to open my eyes. It was like when someone tells you not to look at something, and suddenly that's all you want to do. I tried to resist, but the feeling kept growing until I couldn't help it. I peeked. I wish I hadn't. There in the corner of the living room was a shadow. Not cast by any of us, not attached to any object. Just a dark, person-shaped silhouette standing by itself. It was blacker than black, like a hole cut out of reality. It didn't move, didn't seem to be doing anything but standing there, watching us. I slammed my eyes shut again, squeezing Jamie's and Muriel's hands so hard they both flinched. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure everyone could hear it. I wanted to scream, to tell everyone what I'd seen, but my voice was stuck in my throat. When Jamie's mum finally finished praying, I opened my eyes again, immediately looking to the corner. There was nothing there, just the normal shadows you'd expect in a room with the lights on. "Did anyone else feel that?" Jamie's mom asked. "It feels lighter in here now." She was right. The oppressive feeling had lifted somewhat. The air didn't feel as thick, and it was easier to breathe. Even the smell was gone. "Let's go sit on the porch for a while," Jamie suggested. "Get some fresh air." Nobody objected to that idea. We all filed out to the front porch, Sammy trotting along behind us, seemingly back to his normal self. He flopped down on the porch floor, resting his head on his paws. We sat there talking for maybe 15 minutes, trying to make sense of what had happened. Jamie's mom was convinced something supernatural had been in the house. Muriel thought maybe it was some kind of gas leak causing hallucinations. Brittany was somewhere in between, not willing to commit to either explanation. I hadn't told them what I'd seen when I opened my eyes during the prayer. I was still trying to convince myself it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, anything but what it had looked like. We were starting to relax a little, even laughing nervously about how scared we'd all been, when Sammy suddenly jerked to his feet. His ears perked up, his whole body went rigid, and then he let out this deep, guttural growl that didn't sound like it could possibly come from a dog. Before anyone could grab him, he bolted down the porch steps and across the front yard, barking like crazy. We all jumped up and ran to the edge of the porch to see what he was chasing. That's when I saw it again. The shadow figure. It was gliding, not walking, gliding, down the street away from the house. It moved too smoothly to be a person, like it was floating just above the ground. Sammy was charging after it, barking furiously. "Do you see that?" I gasped, pointing. "Oh my God," Brittany whispered. So I wasn't the only one seeing it. The shadow figure moved faster as Sammy gained on it, still making that unnatural gliding motion. And then, when Sammy was almost close enough to catch it, the shadow shot straight up into the air like a rocket and vanished, just gone. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. Sammy skidded to a stop where the figure had been, sniffing the ground and looking confused. Then, as if nothing unusual had happened, he turned around and trotted back to the house, tail wagging. We all stood frozen on the porch, staring at the spot where the shadow had disappeared. Nobody spoke for what felt like minutes. "What the hell was that?" Muriel finally broke the silence, her voice shaking. None of us had an answer. Sammy came back up the steps, completely calm now, and flopped down in his earlier spot, as if he hadn't just chased some impossible shadow entity down the street. We ended up staying at Jamie's house until morning, none of us willing to leave them alone after what we'd seen. We made up beds in the living room and tried to sleep, but I don't think any of us got much rest. I kept staring at that corner where I'd seen the shadow during the prayer, half expecting it to reappear. Nothing else happened that night, or in the days that followed. Jamie's mom had a priest come bless the house the next day, and they never experienced anything like it again. It's been almost a year now, and I still don't have an explanation for what we all saw. I've researched shadow people, spirits, all kinds of paranormal phenomena, but nothing quite matches our experience. I've tried to convince myself it was mass hysteria or some weird shared hallucination, but deep down I know what I saw was real. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm being watched. I'll look at the corners of my room, half expecting to see that black, person-shaped hole standing there. So far I haven't, but I keep my lights on anyway, just in case. I don't know what was in Jamie's house that night, or why it left, or where it went. But whatever it was, it changed something in me. I used to laugh at ghost stories. I don't anymore.